Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the May 7th, 2015 Board of Zoning Appeals. This meeting of the Anderson Township Board of Zoning Appeals is hereby called to order. This board was established pursuant to Section 519.13 of the Ohio Revised Code by the Anderson Township trustees to provide administrative relief to any person or entity adversely affected by the Anderson Township zoning resolution. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Steve Haber.
Here.
Brett Hayes.
Here.
Brian Ellis.
Here.
Christopher Houston.
Here.
Brian Johnson.
Here.
Thank you. And thank you for coming to this meeting of the Anderson Township Board of Zoning Appeals. Please be aware that this meeting is audio and videotaped and may likely be carried live on television, so please be aware. First, I'm going to outline our procedures, and then we'll do a swearing in. As for every appeal that will be presented tonight, it will first be presented by the staff, and then we will ask the appellant to present their case. The board members may then ask questions of the appellant. After that, all persons supporting the appeal will be permitted to testify one at a time after being recognized by the chair. When those persons supporting the appeal are finished, those opposed to the appeal will then be permitted to testify and/or ask questions of the board after being recognized by the chair. Then we will conclude, per each case, the public hearing portion of that case, and then at that time, there will be no additional testimony from you folks, that we will then deliberate and discuss the case among the board. All persons wishing to testify, whether for or against an appeal, may only do so after being sworn in. When testifying, each person must come forward to either of the podiums after being recognized, speak into the microphone, state their name, address, and any affiliation to the case. All persons testifying will be limited to 4 minutes unless a board member requests additional time. All testimony is given to the board only. No comments or questions are to be directed to the appellant or anyone else in the audience. The board will only hear new, non-repetitive evidence or questions, and should someone wish to show support of previous testimony, they may do so following the testimony procedures and stating their support of previous testimony. Now, will all persons who may give testimony this evening, if you think you're going to, then I would request that if you're going to give testimony, please stand, raise your right hand. So if you're going to testify tonight, we're going to ask that you please stand, raise your right hand, and swear or affirm, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. All right. Okay, for tonight's agenda, you all have received your packet in the mail. We have a rather substantial agenda. Does anybody have any additions, clarifications, or suggested modifications? If not, can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
We've got a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
And a second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you so much. We have approval of minutes from our meeting on April 2nd, 2015. And I understand that there were some corrections that were made, that were emailed. Does anybody have any additional corrections to the minutes? Then may we have a motion to approve?
I move that we approve the minutes as amended.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of April 2nd, 2015. Is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I'll abstain.
And we have one abstention. Okay, then we're on to item 3, which is consideration of case 5-2015 BZA, a request to allow an addition be located 6.2 feet from the side property line where it was required to be 8 feet per section 76.2, submitted by Mike Brown on behalf of Timothy Cantrell and Amy Stevens. And we took public testimony and deliberated. We still have the public hearing portion of that case is still open.
So this is just the presentation that we went through last time. That initial request was for 4 feet. Through discussions and deliberations at last month's hearing, you all did request that a site plan reflecting a setback of 6 feet be submitted. That is what is on the screen before you, is a survey reflecting 6.2 feet, and the public hearing remains open.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Is the appellant here? Yes, please. Would you like to say anything regarding your revised submission to the board?
It's per what we talked about. We said we could get within 6 foot.
Sir, name and address and affiliation.
Mike Brown Construction, Mike Brown, 339 Hawkins Ridge Lane's my address, and it's concerning the Jacaro property, 8393 Jacaro. And after all the discussion last week, and the neighbor being here, which he said that he was happy if we could get to 6 foot, well, we got to 6 foot, we're over, just a hair over 6 foot from the property line. So it's everything we had discussed.
Okay. Any questions from the board to Mr. Brown?
Mr. Chairman, I have one. In the ensuing month, there was a great deal of growth of the vegetation between the two properties that I understand is right about on the property line. Are you going to be able to retain that, or are you going to have to recreate it after construction?
We should be able to retain it.
Retain it? Thank you.
Any other questions for the appellant? Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Now we'll take any testimony from those persons who support the appeal. Anyone who wishes to provide testimony who opposes the appeal? Any other further questions from the board?
So just a clarification that the request has been modified from 4 feet to 6.2? Reduced from 8? Okay. Thank you.
Hearing no further comments, and if there's no objection from the board, then I'm going to close the public hearing for case 5-2015 BZA. And then we will take the case under consideration and deliberate later tonight after we hear another case. So, Mr. Brown, thank you for your participation. You're certainly willing to stay until we get to the... No. No. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Going on to our next case. This is consideration of case 6-2015 BZA, a request to appeal staff's interpretation of the home occupation definition found in section 31.35 of the zoning code submitted by Sharon Chamberlain, property owner of 1759 Fireside Drive. And we are ready to hear staff's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The location is at 1759 Fireside Drive, and the applicant is Ms. Sharon Chamberlain, who is the property owner. The zoning is B, single-family residence. And again, the request is an appeal of staff's interpretation. This case was actually submitted last month, and the application last month was a request for a use variance. And through discussions with the applicant, it was determined to continue the case, and then the application, the request has been changed to an appeal of the definition. So this is the definition of a home occupation, which is found in the zoning resolution. It's any occupation or profession carried on by a member of the immediate family residing on the premises in connection with which there is used no sign other than as provided in Article 31, Section 315, 104, 112, or no display that will indicate from the exterior that building is being utilized in whole or in part for any purpose other than that of a dwelling. There's no commodity sold upon the premise. No person is employed other than a member of the immediate family residing on the premises. No mechanical equipment is used except such as is customary for purely domestic or household purposes. Home occupation shall not include barber shops, beauty shops, shoe or hat repair, or tailoring shops, or any type of pickup station, or any similar commercial activities. So the location map, again, is on the screen, located near the cul-de-sac of Fireside Drive. This is an aerial. This aerial in particular does not depict the accessory structure. The zoning certificate for the accessory structure was issued in 2011. These aerials are from cages which are 2011. So the aerial does not depict the accessory structure. However, if you look, and we have some site photos, sorry, I don't have a mouse for the screen, but the accessory structure is located to the right of the house as appeared from the street. This was the site plan that was submitted when the applicant applied for the accessory structure, and we put a copy of the zoning certificate in your packet. So these are some of the site photos. The first one is looking from the street to the back toward the accessory structure. There is no driveway to this detached structure. There's just a walkway that goes directly from the street to the building. The other pictures are just to depict the character of the neighborhood and single-family homes. So we'll go back to the definition. Just a little bit of history on how this came about. Staff received a complaint that there was a business being run out of that detached structure, a home fitness business. So staff went out, and this was received on a Friday. I went out with our zoning inspector at the time, and this was in March. We went out, no one was home. We did knock on the door. No one was home at the time. This was late Friday afternoon. We did not go to the garage to see if anyone was back in the garage. It was in March, so there was snow on the ground, and the only thing that we could see was that sidewalk had been cleared. So obviously the garage was being used. So we sent a letter to the applicant and made contact just to start the conversation of what might be happening in that garage. We didn't immediately receive a response from the applicant. However, an email from an acquaintance was sent to the township describing the business and what it was, and we were made aware of that email. Through that, we were able to determine that there was a website, which was Catalyst for Fitness. That is the name of the business. So we were able to find out additional information from the applicant's website. And then in addition to that, a email was also sent to one of the trustees, who also passed that along to the planning and zoning department. So that was the information that we received. We received that fitness classes were being held in the building, up to 9 to 10 people at a time, for group classes, but also private classes were also being held. And according to the website, these private classes can be short 30-minute classes, or it can be at different times of the day. They can be in the morning, or in the afternoon. There are evening hours as well as Saturday hours. And Mrs. Chamberlain provided a letter for last month's hearing that also gave a description of the hours of the operation. We met with Ms. Chamberlain, and staff directed her, or helped guide her to apply for a use variance, and that's why a use variance was applied for, because we felt that that was the most appropriate remedy if she wanted to continue the business, to go before the Board of Zoning Appeals and request a use variance. And then Ms. Chamberlain hired legal counsel who suggested the interpretation of the home occupation. So that's how we have the request before you tonight. There was a letter submitted by Ms. Chamberlain's legal counsel that described the business as well, and how they feel that they are in compliance with the home occupation. And then staff responded on April the 20th with how we disagreed with that interpretation. The biggest area that we disagree with the interpretation is the very last portion of this definition. The home occupation shall not include barber shops, beauty shops, shoe or hat repair, or any type of pickup station or similar commercial activities. And we're concentrating on similar commercial activities. With home occupations, staff has interpreted no customers are coming and going to a home. A home occupation is generally someone who does their work via computer, via phone, and nothing beyond the normal activity in a single-family residence area. We felt that this, while you are physically not purchasing something and walking away with a commodity, that this is more of a personal care type business, such as a beauty shop. The definition is somewhat antiquated instead of doing hat repair. We don't really have that much anymore. But as far as a personal care service like a barber shop or a beauty shop, tailoring shop, something of that nature, we felt that this was most similar to those activities, especially in light of the group classes with 9 people coming at one time to a single-family zoning district and having a group class in a single-family home. So that is the basis for staff's interpretation. Again, the appeal tonight is an appeal of that interpretation. I'd be happy to answer any questions if I felt if I left out anything.
Thank you. Any questions from the board to Mr. Dury?
Yes, I have a couple of questions for Mr. Drury, which is, the first one is, in Anderson Township, where you've worked for quite some time and you're familiar with a lot of the land uses around here, do you find it customary in Anderson to have classrooms given an accessory structure in a backyard?
No.
Okay. And have you found it customary with accessory structures that there be a website associated with it?
Not particularly, no.
No? Okay. Thank you.
We, in the letter that we responded to the applicant to, we did list out small and large fitness facilities, but all are located either in a commercial zoning district or affiliated with a conditional use, not as a permitted use in a residential area. And we listed that in our letter. You know, some examples: Fitworks, You Do Yoga, Core Sport Fitness, Mercy Healthplex, and YMCA. You Do Yoga and Core Fitness; those are much smaller facilities than, say, Fitworks or Mercy Healthplex. But again, all of those are located within commercial zone areas. And why it's a conditional use is a separate category.
Thank you.
What about daycares? Do we have,
So home-based daycares are permitted in residential uses up to 6 children. Beyond that, it goes in reverse order. So Class B is permitted as a conditional use, and that's up to 12 children. Then Class A is a conditional use. I'm sorry, is only permitted in retail or office zoned areas. So forgive me if I get that wrong. It's in reverse order, and I always get that wrong. But that's a big difference. A daycare, whether it's a home-based daycare or a conditional use, which would need Board of Zoning Appeals approval. The others are only permitted retail zoned areas.
Okay, thank you.
Does the board have any other questions for Mr. Drury?
Not right now, maybe later.
Okay.
I have one quick one. Mr. Drury, could you explain the intent and the reasoning behind it, the way that you administer this? I understand that it has something to do with the traffic management in the community,
With home occupation?
with home occupations,
So-
and the limitation of home occupations.
So we do not issue zoning certificates for home occupations. A home occupation, as long as it meets that definition, is allowed to continue. And again, the idea and the basis behind our interpretation is that it's an activity in a single-family home that is no greater than what a normal single-family residence may conduct at their home. Traffic is a big concern. However, it's not the only item that we look at, because you could have 2 adults and 3 teen children that all drive. So, that's 5 vehicles. There's nothing in the zoning resolution that says that you can't have that as long as they're residing on the premise. That's their right to do so. So traffic is an item that we would look at, but also just amount of people coming and going that aren't residing at that home. If they're coming there for a particular service and not a function of that family that's living there. Those are just all items that we look at.
Thank you.
And again, we do not issue zoning certificates for home occupation. If we receive a complaint, that's when we go out to investigate it.
Any additional questions of staff? Okay, will the appellant or the appellant's representative please come to a podium and speak into the microphone, state your name, address, any affiliation, and present your appeal.
Good evening. My name is Tom Tepe. I'm an attorney for Ms. Chamberlain. My address is 1 East 4th Street, Cincinnati 45202. I have the pleasure to represent Ms. Chamberlain tonight. I wanted to clarify something. There's a 4-minute time limit. Does that include my time? Oh, it does not. Okay. I was notified that apparently parking outside has been closed, so that may delay some people that may want to attend on Ms. Chamberlain's behalf. Okay. I just didn't know what, I would rather be outside partying right now than, I did see a beer truck, so, that's not a bad.
Right, no parking in the plazas tonight. When the lot reaches capacity, there's a shuttle that brings folks from the parking right down to the facility.
I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Ms. Chamberlain will speak here in a moment. I wanted to make sure that we're clear that the packet includes, and I want to thank staff for working with us and getting us all the information almost on a daily basis. They've been very accommodating and forthright with the information that people send to the township. I wanted to make sure that we're clear as to why we're here. This is an appeal of the determination of staff. There's information in your packet that calls for the use variance, and there's some correspondence from people calling for, stating their objection to a rezoning to commercial. All of that is wholly irrelevant. They're 2 completely different standards, and so I would submit to you that everything that's associated in your packet with the use variance should be disregarded in its entirety, and we should simply rely upon what's here proffered for the appeal of the determination.
Mr. Chairman, I would agree with that to the extent that the only evidence that you should consider in relation to the appeal of the staff's interpretation is the evidence that you're here tonight or that was submitted by the applicant or a response to the applicant from the township. So the idea is that in a quasi-judicial hearing, the parties that are here have the chance to cross-examine any witnesses against their side. So if people just signed a petition or sent in letters, the proponents, the appellants, don't have a chance to cross-examine them. So Mr. Tepe's right that letters that talk about the use variance, first of all, that's not the issue here tonight in front of the board. You're looking at the staff's interpretation, whether that was correct or not. And then second, if those people aren't here to testify, their opinions or the facts they presented don't count, if you will.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. What is before you is an appeal of staff's determination that Ms. Chamberlain's home fitness studio does not qualify as a home occupation. And there's a wonderful definition of what a home occupation is. And Mr. Drury read it, 31.35 of the Anderson Township zoning resolution. Staff determined that what she is conducting in her accessory structure is not a home occupation, instead it's a commercial enterprise, citing to the fact that the walkway was, the snow was shoveled off of it, and the fact that there may be a website. I think that has absolutely zero bearing whatsoever on what's being conducted in there, because anybody with $150 can have a website advertising anything they want. So I don't want you to be brought down, excuse the pun, the path of the significance of a website, because anybody can have them, and I'm sure most people in some facet use them in their business. I think what we need to understand is what is exactly occurring at the property, and I think that's really important. And Ms. Chamberlain will speak in detail to that. She's holding fitness wellness classes in her detached garage. It's not a retail gym. There's no memberships. There's nothing sold, contrary to what some people may be circulating amongst the neighborhood. Nothing is sold at all. There's no regular business hours, and it's not open to the public. She offers small private fitness groups at prearranged times, all by appointment, less than 8 hours a week. Less than 8 hours a week. And I thought someone was very astute up there pointing to a daycare. Daycare are not conditional use B, they're permitted uses under this section. You can have up to 6 people, 6 children, all day long, every day. I saw no limitation on the number of days or the number of hours that could happen. Paul, you correct me if I'm wrong, you know this thing backwards and forwards. But is that correct?
Yes, I can.
Well, now, we don't need to get into the, what I'm highlighting is, this is 8 hours a week versus every single day up to 6 children.
No, I think you bring up a good point, because I was off the cuff, and I do have it here in front of me. So, Section 31.21-4 is a daycare center, Type A, or Type B, a permanent residence of the provider in which the daycare is provided for 1 to 6 children at one time, in which no more than 3 children may be under 2 years of age. So there are some other restrictions, but that is permitted as of right as a home-based daycare. Daycare Type A is permanent residence of the administrator in which a child daycare is provided for 7 to 12 children at one time, or up to 4 to 12 children at one time, of no later than 4 or under 2 years of age. And this is a conditional use, which requires a Board of Zoning Appeals approval in a residential area. Section 31.21-2 is a daycare center, which is only permitted in retail or office-owned areas. So that is not permitted in a residential area. And that is a daycare of more than 12.
So my point is, you can have up to 6 kids all day long, every day. This is no more than 8 hours at quite frankly, off times. And she'll get into the specifics of that. There's no more, at max, no more than 9 people who park in their garage, and maybe occasionally 1 or 2 cars will park in the public right-of-way in front of her home. Some people had raised the issue that there was many cars there. Julius Park is right around the corner. People always look for the park closest to the ball field. I know I do. And so people may confuse people parking over there with maybe what they think is occurring there on Ms. Chamberlain's property. I'd like to walk through the elements here. I mean, I think you heard something very telling here, and I have all the due respect for Ms. Drury, but there are elements associated with home occupation. And according to his presentation, we meet every single one of them. The only item of debate is the last sentence. So real quickly, I don't know if you have that, and I know Paul does a nice job, he probably laid it all out. The first element is any occupation or profession carried on by a member of the immediate family residing on the premises. It is simply her. She lives there, and she's the only one that carries on. There's no sign whatsoever, because the element is there's used no signs, no display that will indicate the exterior that the building is being utilized in whole or in part for any purposes other than a dwelling. There are no signs. It's only her, and there are no signs. There's no commodity being sold on the premises. Nothing is sold. Nobody can go in there and buy anything except, God forbid, maybe a little smaller waste. No person is employed other than the immediate member residing there. It's simply her. No mechanical equipment is being used except as such as customary or purely domestic or household purposes. What are these called, those dumbbells or something like that, or those big balls that my wife has in our basement, my kids jump on and pop all the time. So there's nothing mechanical about it. So the elements as they've laid out, the intent is always a curious thing to kind of, how do we get to where we are? We're where we are now by the language. That's what we're bound by. What we thought about at a time when we enacted this, again, is wholly irrelevant, is what are the words that were chosen by the trustees when they adopted the definition of a home occupation. So then we go to what really is the crux of this issue, I think, is the last sentence. You know, I don't need to bore people with the wonderful dissertation of the zoning law. Brian, you know it very well, and I know Gary uses it. Zoning is in derogation of the common law. Everyone has equal rights, and if you're going to restrict the use of the property, you got to be very clear about it. Okay? So I'm asking you, are you going to make this determination on this last sentence, meaning that Ms. Chamberlain's home occupation, you're saying it's like a barber shop, a beauty shop, a shoe or hat repair, tailoring shop, or any type of pickup station? I don't know what a pickup station is, by the way. Or any similar commercial activities. Similar commercial activities qualifies hat shop, barber shop, beauty shop. It's not a catch-all phrase. Look at the words that were used. It qualifies the preceding descriptions. So what she is conducting there must be similar to those. And I think the argument's going to be, well, it's a personal care. Well, you can pretty much walk in any time and get your hair cut. You can walk in any time and get your pants or your trousers fixed. You can walk in any time and get your shoes shined or shoes repaired. It's not the same. This is not a similar commercial activity. It's a home occupation. Does money generate from the conduct being conducted within that place? Yes, by definition, a home occupation is a money-making proposition. Otherwise, it'd be called a home charity. So I ask that you look at this and make sure you're really clear. Your decision, according to Mr. Drury's presentation, really comes down to the last sentence. There was no debate whatsoever that the other elements aren't fully fulfilled. So we have to ask ourselves, is this an other similar activity to a beauty, a barber, a tailor, a shoe shine place, a shoe repair? I submit to you, they're not even close. They all make money. That's about all they have in common. I know Ms. Chairman would like to get up and speak and kind of tell you more specifically what's going on and what actually happens there, the frequency or 8 hours infrequency with which it occurs.
Can I ask a question before my 4 minutes start? I know I only have 4 minutes, so I'm going to be talking really quick.
Mr. Chairman, I think the applicant should have as much time, frankly. I think the 4 minutes is
We're
fine
good,
with it.
please.
Okay, I was like, wow, I'm going to talk really, really, really quick, and I'm really, really, really sorry. I do have a question that I've forgotten since they're here. It'll come to me. Sharon Chamberlain, 1759 Fireside Drive. I am the appellant. Was I supposed to say something else? Was I supposed to say something else?
That's fine.
Okay, shoo. Okay, I'll still talk kind of quick. In March, after I received the letter, and this is in the documentation that you have, but I want to rehash just a little bit of it. Oh, I remember my question. Can I ask that first? I'm sorry. The information that was submitted for the, maybe, I don't know who I'm asking. The information that was submitted for the use variance that you've agreed is a moot point at this point. Any document that was received since the notice for this meeting that went out, that clearly said in the letter that went to the property owners within 200 feet of my property that this is a home-based business interpretation, that's why I'm here, not the use variance, will that still be included in your, as you discuss it?
Go ahead, Mr. Powell.
I was just going to say that the letter that the township sent out is part of the administrative record. The
And-
responses
Yes.
to that, unless people show up tonight to testify or provide evidence and be subject to cross-examination, cross-examination, any correspondence that was sent in would not be considered as part of the decision. That's why people have to be here and be sworn.
We were not aware of that. Several people who sent in documents were not aware of that. That was not shared. If it was shared with me, I didn't make a note of it, but I'm pretty certain it wasn't shared with me. And so several people who could not be here because they either work or they take care of their son who is, needs a caregiver, they won't be here. So I'm going to lose out on that.
I think both sides have that same issue. In other words, if they're, we don't discriminate based on
Right.
which side a person takes.
Right, I
but
understand that.
The requirements are that in order to have a quasi-judicial hearing, because this isn't like the trustees who hear opinion, the Board of Zoning Appeals takes in facts, and they have to decide, as Mr. Tepe said, whether this qualifies as a home occupation under the terms of the code and whether the staff's interpretation of that code provision is correct or if it's incorrect.
Okay.
So people have to be subject to cross-examination. They have to present evidence based on facts, not opinion, so.
We were
that's
not
just
made
the
aware of
rules.
that. Okay, after I received a letter from the township in March, I spoke with Allison Hodson and Barb Hefner, I think, 2 or 3 times that afternoon, that Friday afternoon. I had a lot of questions. Prior, I was trying to talk to someone at the township to understand the big picture, so when I called in, I can ask intelligent questions. I ended up not speaking with anyone else before calling into the township. So I received a letter Wednesday after normal business hours. I called in on Friday. So I asked a number of questions. They explained the process to me, not that part, but the rest of the process to me. They said that a letter would go out to all the property owners within 200 square feet, or 200 feet of any part of my property. So I asked for a list of the property owners, so I understood what that meant. They talked about when the meeting would be held and that kind of thing. So that was on Friday. So on Sunday, my husband and I walked around to, I'm sorry, let me back up. On that list, which I guess you have, I don't know. There were 20 properties on the list. I was one of them, so now we're at 19. There were some properties on the street that runs parallel but behind Fireside, which is Yellow Glen, which is up on the Cage's map. I didn't approach anyone on that street because they, in my opinion, in our opinion, they wouldn't have been affected by anything that we were doing, like any traffic or parking or anything. So those, the cross street that connects Fireside and Yellow Glen is called Patton. We approached 13 of those houses that Sunday night. 12 of them answered their doors. All 12 of them signed the petition that should be part of record, talking about the home-based business, continuing my exercise classes. At no time did I say anything about a use variance. I was asking for their support for a home-based business to continue doing what I was doing. Some of them were unaware of what I was doing. They had no idea, so I had explained what I was doing. But they signed it, and I was told that that would be taken into consideration. Is that still true?
No. Again, a quasi-judicial hearing, the person, in order to have their evidence considered by the board, has to
Okay.
be here and sworn and subject to cross-examination.
Okay. So I submitted the petition, and then my attorney, Mr. Tepe, spoke with Township's attorney, and they agreed that we should move forward on a home-based business. So the letter that one of Tom Tepe's partner, Bear Tullis, submitted as part of your record, and I know that Tom went through it. He went through all 4 points of the home-based business, so I won't repeat those, because you kind of heard it twice already. But I do want to go back to the original letter that I submitted, because that is still in effect and it's true. And now that I'm under oath, I can speak to it again, or for the first time, I guess. In 1998, my husband and I moved to Anderson Township. I'm hitting the highlights here. In 2009 or 2010, we wanted to build a storage building on our property, but as oftentimes with homeowners it goes, it kind of gets delayed. So in 2011, we decided, hey, let's build this building. So we worked with the township to determine the dimensions, the height, the depth, the width, where on our property it could be, how close to the property line, and all of that. Everything was approved. We went to Hamilton County. Everything was approved, and it was started to be built at the end of 2011. In the beginning of 2012, it was completed. During that time, near the end of 2010, actually, I was working in a full-time position. That was a very difficult environment, and I was very unhappy. I didn't know what I wanted to do, but I wasn't going to quit. I just didn't know what I wanted to do. I knew I had to get out of there. So after about 6 months, I told my husband, I know I've been doing this for about 20 years. I can't do this anymore. I started when I was 3. So meanwhile, we're putting up the building, and when we came in to sign for the permit, which you'll see as part of your packet, we were asked a number of questions. And one of them was, and I want to pull this out to make sure I get it right. One of them was, what are you going to put in, basically, what are you going to put in the storage building? Why do you want to build it? Well, we'd never done this before, so we just started talking and rattling, I guess, off everything that we could think of that we were going to be pulling into it. We didn't know, like, what kind of detail was needed or anything like that. So we were naming, we had one of those storage units that you pay by the month. So we're like, whatever's in there, we're pulling out. We'll clean it out after we get it out of there. We're pulling stuff out of our basement. We're going to pull stuff out of the house. And we started laughing because I had some gym equipment. Now, I called it gym equipment. I didn't realize that I should have been very specific in what I was saying. It's not gym equipment like treadmills and cardio machines. It's not gym equipment like when you go to a commercial gym and you sit down and there's a weight stack and you're lifting. I'm talking about some dumbbells, some stability balls, some medicine balls, that kind of thing. They wrote down gym equipment. I found out later that that raised, as Mr. Drury said, a red flag, which I didn't know at the time. We'd never done this. So then we were asked, are you going to use it for commercial use? No, we're going to work out in there. And only in part of it. Storage takes up almost half, and right now we work out in part of it. So the building gets put up, we have all our stuff in there, that kind of, life goes on. During that time, in addition to my full-time day job, I was working as a boot camp instructor. I'm saying all this because I need to make it on record, I'm sorry. I'm sure you've already read this. I was working as a boot camp instructor through the Anderson Park District. So I was, even now you can see signs up, 4 hours a week. I hold boot camp there for adults. We do it at a reduced rate to give back to the community. And while I was doing that, some of my clients or my boot campers were saying, wow, we really like your boot camp. Can you do something more for us? We want to do something else in addition to boot camp. Okay, but during this time I was still very unhappy with my job, and I was talking with a lot of different people trying to figure out what I wanted to do. Someone suggested a home-based business. I said, well, like what? They said, well, I don't know. And so I thought, my initial thought was, well, I could probably consult, like in the industry that I'm working in. So I went online while I was at work, my day job, during lunch. I took my laptop, I went to the conference room, closed the door. I pulled up the Anderson Township resolution, 199 pages, at least at that time it was. So I'm reading through it, and I found the home-based business section, which ended up, it's up there. And I read it, and I thought I understood it, but I wanted to make sure. So I called the Anderson Township, the Planning and Zoning Department, and I called them and I said, I live in Anderson Township. I'm considering opening a home-based business. I read online, I think I know what it means, but can you tell me what it means so I make sure I do this right? I spoke with Barb, and she said there's no selling of retail products. There's no employees who don't reside in the house coming on site to work. There are no unusual equipment that wouldn't be found in a house. And then she asked me something that wasn't in here, but I wrote it down. No commercial trucks. She asked, for your business, which I didn't know what I was going to do, but for your business, do you plan on having large commercial trucks come to drop off or pick up from your house? I didn't know what I wanted to do, but I was pretty certain it had nothing to do with commercial trucks, so I said no, but I wrote it down. She said no registration or license needed. And she said if someone makes a complaint, someone will contact me, and we'll basically go from there. And while this isn't an official document between Anderson Township and me, all I can tell you is in 2011, I emailed it to my husband, and once this started, I went back and I found my email. So that's what I was told was okay to do. So 6 months later, 7 months later, when I'm trying to figure out what I want to do, I went back to Anderson Township, I read all that, I said, hey, I'm good to go. As Tom said, and I submitted in the first letter to you, I gave my hours of business. It's Mondays and Wednesdays from 9:30 to 10, sometimes twice a month from 10 to 10:30. That's not every month and not all the time, so I wrote down sometimes. It's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday from 7:30 to 8:30. That's 1 hour. Saturdays from 8:30 to 10:30. That's less than 10 hours a week. It's less than 8, depending on if I have that half-hour thing going on. I'm a business owner. I don't want to get any bigger. That may sound odd. I don't. I'm happy with where I am. I quit my day job with my benefits and my 401k and stock options and all that to do this. I've been doing it since somewhere around the middle of 2012. I've never had a complaint until now. At no time has anyone ever come to me about parking or anything else. There has been some suggestion of parking being affected on the street that runs parallel behind us, Yellow Glen. I have pictures to show where people park. I mean, I didn't do it every night, but you can see the zoning, the Board of Zoning sign in my yard to show, look, this is where people park. My driveway can hold up to 6 cars, large cars. If I had, like Tom said, there are no more than 10 people in a class at a time, so, well, no more than 9. So the other 3 cars, if 2 people don't drive together or something like that or get dropped off, fit easily on the street in front of our house between the driveway and the end of our property line. We didn't do that initially, but as soon as this came to light, I asked everyone to do it, and they had no problem with it. So we started it immediately. Some of the, I know you can't use emails, so, and I think some other people were planning on being here, and apparently they can't make it in. So you'll hear some testimony about parking, that it's not an issue. It's never been brought to our attention. Even when I walked around for people to sign the petition, no one's ever said anything about parking. No one's said much about anything. They didn't know what I was doing. I am a small woman-owned business. This 8 hours is less than 5% over an entire week. And Tom brought up, and someone else brought up, the question of a daycare. And when I was talking with Allison and with Barb that Friday over 2 or 3 conversations, another item that I asked for is if they could give me copies of other Board of Zoning appeals, like results. And one of them had to do with a daycare. And it was, let me pull this out so I make sure I'm correct. The Board of Zoning Appeals, and I don't have the date, I'm sorry, but I know it's a document that was provided to me. It was, I just found it. Here it is, sorry. A child nursery, the one that was appealed, up to 11 hours and approved. Home nursery, daycare, up to 11 hours a day, hold up to 17 children, and by the owner's estimation, under oath, like I am, up to 16 or 17 daily trips. For me, these 8 hours, and I'll just say 8 hours, no more than 9 adults spread over Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday. I don't have classes on Fridays, so I clear my, we try, I don't like snow, but we still try to clear the driveway and the pathway, because if we take our dogs out, I'd rather go running through the path and not through the snow. So the day that you were there, if it was a Friday, I didn't have any classes. It's just a neighborly thing to do. We cleared the walkway. But compared to this daycare, it's up to 9 adults walking in, staying for an hour and leaving. a daycare, kids are supposed to get out and play, so they're outside, they're making a lot of noise, and you want them to play. We don't go outside. We don't have music outside. Like Tom said, there isn't a sign or anything like that. Going back to this. I don't pay for any advertising. The space that I use within the storage building, it can only hold 9 people. I mean, it physically, more people can't fit, because we're not using the entire building for this. My business is so small that I cannot afford to rent space, even industrial space, because I did look into it. I don't want to grow any bigger. I don't want to hire anyone. It's just me. When we move, the home business goes with us. I don't want to move anytime soon, but when we move, it goes with us. It's not like it's staying with the property. It was suggested that I hold classes in a church. Unlike a yoga class where you can hold it nearly anywhere, you need a mat, you can hold it outside, unless it's like hot yoga, I guess, because there's some temperature thing going on there. Other than that, you can be outside, you can be here, you can be on a linoleum floor, you can be in a room with a low ceiling, it really doesn't matter. Most churches want you to be a congregant to even use their space, because I did check into it. And/or their usable space isn't really usable. It's like this L-shaped. If it was usable, they'd be using it for something. So when you ask if they have a space you can use, they say, oh, sure, let me show you. And it's like an L-shaped space that isn't conducive to what I would need. Or it's linoleum floor, or it has a low ceiling, or it's like a carpeted floor, and all of those are really dangerous if you're trying to exercise. It was suggested that I'm similar to a FitWorks or a Mercy. I belong to FitWorks because I go to the gym. I'm there 5 or 6 days a week, so I go there to exercise. Many of my clients actually have memberships at the Y or Beachmont Racket Club or FitWorks, but they come to me only for these classes. And so if I were to compare me to FitWorks, because that's the one that I could speak about because I belong there, they require a membership fee. I don't have membership fees. They require an activation fee, a processing fee, an enrollment fee. I don't have any of those. They have written and fully executed contracts. I don't have that. They're open 24/7, or at least close to it. FitWorks is closed overnight Friday night and overnight Saturday night. I'm not. Even on my website, it clearly states, contact me for times and pricing. If they want to come when I don't have a class, they're not coming. If they want to come at a time where my class has 9 people, they're not coming. That's just how it works. They can't just show up. If they try to get in, they would jump a fenced gate and they'd be trespassing, so they can't just stop in at any time. FitWorks, they have drinking fountains and vending machines. I don't have any of that. You just come in and you exercise. They have cardio theater rooms. I don't have that. They have all these machines, rows of cardio equipment like ellipticals and treadmills, and they even have a separate room for spinning. I'm sure you've seen this wherever you belong to a gym. I don't have any of that. They have rows of machines with weight stacks. I don't have any of that. It's a room with a few pieces of equipment. Now, over the last couple of years, have I bought 2 more stability balls? Yes. Have I bought 2 more medicine balls? Yes. But I don't have any of this equipment. FitWorks also offers ancillary services on site, tanning, massages, physical therapists. I don't offer any of that. It's just a room. I don't have physical therapy. They offer childcare. They offer things for kids. I don't have childcare. I don't offer things for kids. I work with adults. They come and then they go home. At FitWorks, they have clients who go outside. I don't have that. They're inside for an hour or less, and then they walk out to their cars and they go home. They even have silver sneakers arrangements. I don't have any of that. It's just me. But and that's all there is. No, I do not sell anything in my studio. You cannot walk in and buy a thing. Well, smaller waist. I've never used that. On my website, I have an affiliate link. If you go on my website, you can click on a link that takes you to another company, their website, where I'm an affiliate. So let's say that Tom wanted to buy vitamins from me. I would say, great, I don't have any here. You have to buy it online. Here's my website. He goes to my website, he clicks the link, it takes him to the FitRx website. It's not my website, it's theirs. He buys whatever he wants. I don't see it, I don't know he buys it, I don't touch it, I don't receive money. It doesn't get delivered to my house. He pays them direct, it goes directly to his door, and that's it. Like I said, up until now, we've never had a complaint about anything. So regardless of the outcome of this hearing, the building is permanent. I know that some have said that the building is close to fence lines. It has been approved by the township. And when you went out, or whoever went out to do the inspection, I'm sure you noticed that the back of our building is 33 feet from the fence line behind us. It's not on a fence line. It is, I know what that shows up there, but if you come on site, if you were on site taking the pictures, you can see it's 33 feet. You can measure it. That's what we did to make sure it was that far. So I'm asking for you to allow me to continue my small home-based business. There haven't been complaints by nearby neighbors. I only wish that some of the information they were sending could have been used so you can know that I'm telling the truth. Thank you. Do you have questions? Sorry.
Any questions from the board to the appellant?
I have one, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
When you testified that you examined several different possibilities of where to locate this business in industrial open areas and several others, did you explore, and you already do work with the Anderson Park, did you explore that possibility of using those facilities?
Yeah, they're not really set up for it. The only thing that I hold through the Park District is at Beach Acres. We either use part of the gym or we're outside, and it's very limited. And we've worked out, not only have we reduced the rate for the boot campers, but the contract that I've signed also takes out their fee for me renting the space for an hour. They don't have any, in the gym, it's a gym floor, so it's not really great to exercise on for what we do. Running up and down is one thing. Jumping up and down and doing push-ups and dropping down and doing like mountain climbers and another exercise is not really conducive. Additionally, while I don't have a whole lot of equipment, I do have some stability balls. I do have a couple kettlebells, some medicine balls, and they couldn't secure my equipment. And they also couldn't guarantee that I could always access it when I needed to, because they would need to pay an attendant to be there on site every time that I wanted to come, even if it's a set time. If it's an off hour for them, they would have to bring in someone else. So I did explore it.
I didn't go in the building, nor should I, but what's the floor in your building as compared to a gym?
In the small area that we exercise in, we put in a rubber floor. So when you jump up and down, it's not as, it doesn't hurt your knees. And a lot of the movements that we do, you're up and you're down and you're up and you're down and you're up and you're down. It's not like playing basketball when, hopefully you don't go down. You're running up and down the court, you may be jumping, but you're not like, sliding. For us, you're down, okay, do a bunch of push-ups. All right, stand up and jump up and down 20 times. All right, grab this one kettlebell and do these swings. Now, get down on your knees and do this. And without having a rubber floor, people would, I wouldn't exercise there. You become injured quickly. It's like trying to work out on a carpet, twisting your ankle. I turned and I twisted my ankle because it's not made to work out on.
Thank you.
You will concede that you do sell services, right?
I do make a profit.
You do make profit.
Not for products.
Not for products, yes,
Right.
just services.
Yes, not for products.
Thank you.
There's no products on site.
Any other questions?
I had a couple. Could you describe your classes? Give us some detail on a typical
Sure.
class or variety of classes and what you do and what the people do?
Sure, and I'm going to use words that, like when I say gym equipment and someone else says gym equipment, we have different connotations. So if I say something and you don't know what I'm talking about, slow me down.
Well, can you just describe it specifically? Don't call it gym equipment, but call it
Sure.
medicine ball or balancing
Absolutely.
ball or weights?
Class starts, I'll talk through like a typical Monday night class. Class starts at 7:30, people arrive, they know, and I have emails to prove this, I tell people don't arrive till 5 to 10 minutes early. That's when I'm going to open up the studio. People arrive, they walk right in, we start warming up, and warming up isn't on a machine like you would in a gym. It's kind of jogging in place, doing some jumping jacks. And then everyone stretches as a group. And then we go through normally 9 exercises in a circuit. But when I say circuit, don't think of a gym where you go from here to there to there. Everyone's staying where they are, but he'd start on one exercise, he would start on another, and you would kind of follow the person, that type of circuit. So I'll go through 4 or 5 exercises. One of them could be squats. So one person, the person on your left, would do 40 seconds of squats. And I'm correcting their form. Okay? While you're doing squats, the person to your right may have a medicine ball that they're holding over their head while they're performing forward lunges. So they're standing like this, doing this, okay? The person next to you may be performing, drawing a blanket, all the extra, mountain climber. So their hands are on the ground and they're bringing one knee to a chest at a time. The person next to them may be doing some type of crazy push-up, or trying to do some type of crazy push-up. After 40 seconds, I say stop, switch. So when they switch again, they don't necessarily move from one spot to the other, but they go to the next exercise. So if you did squats, you may be doing lunges. If you were doing lunges, you may be doing something else, that type of thing.
So it's like a circuit class.
It's kind of like a circuit class with some equipment. One person could be doing a plank on a stability ball. So their arms are on the ball, their feet are on the ground, and hopefully they're as straight as could be like a board. We go through the circuit once, everyone takes a break, go through the circuit again, and then at the end of the class, I call it a finisher. There's like 2 or 3 exercises that they repeat 3 or 4 times. We try to make them really, really tired, and then everyone cools down and then they go home. I offer that class, and I have TRX. I've offered two TRX classes. Now, if you look on my website, I took a whole lot of pictures to make it look really good. I offered 2 classes. That's all I've had.
What's TRX?
It's a strap that hangs from the ceiling, and you put your hands in it or your feet in it, and you can do push-ups and crazy.
So that's a different type of class?
Yeah,
Okay.
but I've only done that twice ever. Everything else is just like I described it, but I certainly didn't want to lie.
Besides your limit on class due to the size of the building, is there any other limits on your class?
I'm not sure I understand. I don't want to grow. I don't want to add any more classes. I like it where it is.
You could conceivably, though, correct, because you're using half the building?
I don't think my husband would allow me to take over his half. That was part of the deal. Yeah, I'm not going to win that. And I'm under oath. I'm telling you, I'm not going to win that. I will be glad to sign something saying I won't take, he'll sign it first, but I will not take over the rest of this building or any other part of this building for exercise class, and I do not want to grow my business. I'm only asking to stay as is. I'll be glad to sign that. And you can check it however you see fit. We have nowhere to put all the stuff that's on the other side. I mean, he has a motorcycle, we have tools there, we have storage, we have
So you're
things.
saying you'd agree to that, but as far as your argument that you're not within the limitations that you're appealing to Mr. Drury, it sounds like one of the reasons why is you're limited in size.
I'm not, can you restate that question?
I think I stated as best I could.
I'm not going to get any bigger in size. I'm not trying not to answer.
Okay, that's fine. You also say you're limited in hours, but that's voluntary, correct? I mean, if we accepted your argument that you're really not subject to the code restriction, you could have any hours you wanted, correct?
I guess theoretically, but I don't want them, and I'll sign something saying that I don't want to grow. I've had these hours for, this is 2015, for more than 2 years. They haven't changed. I don't advertise. I mean, I don't have money. I don't pay to advertise. I don't want to grow.
And then on the site plan that is in the materials, I believe you said the reason you said says storage on it is because that's initially what you intended it for, correct?
Yes, absolutely. The storage unit, well, we named a lot of things, but what was written down, I took notes. The storage unit that we were paying by, paying by month, items from our basement that, you just accumulate after living in a house. We moved in 1998, so you just accumulate stuff,
I know that's true.
okay?
Yes.
And it's only two of us, but we have stuff. So we wanted to clear it out because the laundry area was a mess. Tools, my husband's pretty handy, so we have a lot of tools. I don't know what some of them are, but we have a lot of tools. And then the few pieces of gym equipment from our basement, so we can reclaim the corners of our basement to actually use it as a basement.
And since sometime, in fact, the word you used in one of your emails was it morphed into a business, that you're now allowing the public into this building, what sort of other review of the building did you have done, if any, now that public is invited into the building?
None, because I thought it fell under the home-based business clause, based on what I had read in my conversation when I called 7 months before I even opened it.
Okay, so nothing like a building department review or anything like that?
No. And I don't know if this is what you're looking for either, but when I initially applied here and I signed a paper, like agreeing to allow you to inspect, I asked, do I need to be there because it's normally closed? And I was told, no, it's an exterior inspection only. No one came in.
For zoning, right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the only time that
And then, am I correct that in your materials, you're describing the building and your business as a private indoor fitness facility?
In my website, I was trying to figure out what to call it, and so I used the term private fitness studio.
Studio.
If there's an issue with that, I can change it. I didn't know what else to call it.
I'm just asking.
Yeah.
I'm not sure there's an issue.
It sounded
with-
better than we're using part of a storage building, please come exercise. And I'm not trying to be, honestly, I mean, he and we were like, I don't know what do I call it, so I don't call it storage building. And so,
No,
I
that
don't want to
wouldn't
say
be
it's a
very good.
private fitness studio. I mean, it's all in marketing, I guess.
Let's see here, what else? So I believe in your materials, you're considering this your profession and occupation now? to
This
do
is it. I quit my day job.
Yeah.
I gave up, like I said, I chose, but I gave up 401K, employee stock options, all that thing.
Yeah,
And I've been doing this.
big step.
And I'm happy.
Can you describe I'm going to call it equipment, but I know it's not like a treadmill. Can you tell me, like, you have 5 medicine balls, 3 balance balls?
I now have
What do you
6.
have?
I now have 6 stability balls, which are those big balance balls.
Yeah,
Because while there can be no more than 9 people in there, not everyone's going to be using a balance ball at the same time. So I thought,
Right,
let's I don't know where I got.
so you've got 6 balance balls.
I have 6 balance ball. I have just recently. You kind of accumulate.
Estimate.
I am.
Estimate would be
Totally
good.
6 medicine balls. I have a set of dumbbells. And I have 2 soft medicine balls and 2 kettlebells. 4 kettlebells.
4 kettlebells, okay. So more than just what you would use yourself to exercise, it's for your class, correct?
When the most I would use, the most medicine balls I've ever used at one time is 4.
By yourself?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see.
But I didn't have these initially when I first started doing this. It's just over the last 2.5 years, I'm like,
Sure.
oh, I'm going to buy another
Yep.
medicine ball.
Yep.
Okay, I didn't want you to think they were all in my
No, that's okay.
basement.
No, I don't. The things that are sold, but not in the building, can you tell us a little bit about that? You sell supplements?
I'm
What
an
else?
affiliate with a company called FitRx. And they sell, I don't know how many brands of products that they sell, but they're supplements and vitamins.
So you're like an account representative with them?
It's called an affiliate. It's
An
called an
affiliate.
affiliate program.
How does that work?
Someone goes on to my website and clicks on a link that takes them to their website. They buy whatever they want. They pay however they pay. They have their own username and password that I never see. They send it to wherever they want to send it, to their house or their mom's or whatever.
And do you get some percentage of that or something?
Yes, I get a commission periodically. They're a little behind, but periodically. And they tell me who buys what. I can't even drill down to see if their numbers are accurate.
Have you ever had a health emergency there?
No.
How would you handle that?
Well, let me back up. There are no contracts, but everyone signs waivers, okay? But beyond that, as a certified personal trainer, I am, part of being a certified personal trainer is having first aid and CPR. I also have my cell phone on. I don't have a phone in there, but I have my cell phone. I could dial 911. I do not have an AED, but I would dial 911. And actually, a lot of my clients work in the medical field. Not that I would rely on that by any means. It happens
Right.
to be that a lot of them work at Cincinnati Children's or they're firefighters. I don't know why.
Okay. Do you play music when you do these classes? You mentioned that, that's why I asked.
Yeah, I mean, there's music inside. You can't, if you were standing in my yard, outside of my door, you could hear it. I'm certain.
And the last question I have is, other than your voluntary class limit that you've told us that you want to limit to a maximum of 9,
No more than 9.
is there any other reason you'd turn down somebody if they came and they said, I want to become fit and here's the money?
From a business standpoint, if someone wants to pay me $1,000 to spend an hour with them, then I would make an exception. However, beyond something like that, which has never happened, if someone wants to meet in the middle of a day, it's not, I need this money.
No,
But it's not.
I'm not asking about a special appointment. I'm saying, say you have your 9 regulars and 2 of them move away. So you have 7.
Hopefully I'll
and-
find 2 more.
And maybe somebody here needs to get in shape and,
If they wanted to come at that time, then yes.
You'd accept
But they would have to find me because I don't, it's all word of mouth. It's not,
and the website.
if someone finds my website, then they have to contact me and they have to ask you of any openings.
Right.
And the only times that are, there aren't any times that are listed on there, but my contact information is on there so they can call me and ask. And I've turned away people. Well, Sharon, I can only come at 11 a.m. And if I sign something saying that I only do this for 8 hours, then obviously I'm going to say no.
If you got enough people that wanted to pay more money, could you have an additional class at a different time?
Not if I signed something here saying I wouldn't.
Besides that,
Oh.
besides that possibility?
Well, theoretically, yes, but the odds of that happening are really low, and I'll explain why. Most of the people that I work with work full-time. So they work 7 to 4, or 8 to 5, or 9 to 6, or something like that. So I teach boot camp Monday through Thursday from 6 to 7. I scurry home, I get out of there, I rush home, I run through the house, make a pit stop, I go out and teach the class for 1 hour. It's 8:30. No one's going to want to exercise at 9 p.m. because I stagger. If I were to have 2 classes like I do on Saturday, I stagger the time so everyone isn't parked at the same time. I started doing that when I realized, oh, okay, I want to have everyone parked in the driveway. So theoretically it's possible, but the odds of someone ever saying, we have 9 people, like you said, and we want to work out at 9 p.m., really odd. It's just, I don't believe it's ever going to happen. And during the day, people are working. That's why I only have that half-hour Monday and Wednesday class kind of going on, because most people work full-time, during the day, anyway.
Sounds good, thanks.
Anything else, Mr. Eliff?
No.
Any other questions from the board?
I have one. So you have the limit of 9. Would you say that all your classes are at that max, like 8 or 9?
No, I
Do you
wish
have?
they were. No, they are not. The half-hour class in the morning is 3. The ones at night, somewhere between 7 to 9. It depends on the time of year, at least in my experience over the last 2.5 years. It depends. And what happens a lot of times is people will pay out, I'm in for the next month, they'll tell me, because I don't have contracts. It's like gentleman's handshake kind of thing. Inevitably, someone isn't there. I mean, work stuff, school stuff, kid stuff, vacation. But even with that, I'm not trying to fit 10 people in there. That's the limit. I'm assuming everyone's going to be there. But no, not all of the classes are full. Last night there were 7. Last night there were 7. Do you have a question?
Any other questions? Mr. Powell?
I just have a couple to clarify some particular dates. When was the accessory structure built?
We received, November of 2011 is what was, shown up there. It was completed the beginning of January, end of December, end of January. It was before the end of January it was completed.
Okay, January 2012.
2012.
Excuse me.
So mid-January.
Do you know when you talked to Barb Heffner?
Yes, it was March 16th, 2011, around 12:30 p.m.
And then how long was it till you started? And that was in 2012?
That was in 2011.
Oh, 2011. So before the
Yeah, 2010 I started to get kind of disgruntled in my work, and I spent most of 2011 trying to figure out what I wanted to do, and then finally in June of 2012, a year and a half later, I said, okay, I'm not going to consult, maybe I'll try this.
So you talked to Barb Heffner in March of 2011 about the possibility of having a home occupation as far as the fitness?
No, I never said fitness because
Okay.
I didn't know what I wanted to do. So the questions that I asked, I went online and I read what it said. But I wanted to make sure I understood what it said. So I called, and I didn't give a home occupation because 2 reasons. The main one being, I didn't know what I wanted to do. I was thinking, I think I want to be a consultant. But I also didn't want to say that because I didn't want to, whoever, I didn't know I'd talk with her, I just wrote down her name, but whoever I ended up talking with, I didn't want to pigeonhole and then not ask me a questions that I needed to know later down the road when I figured out what I wanted to do. So I just asked open-ended questions, and I just took notes.
Okay. So then the building was complete in the end of January 2012, and then when did you actually start using that building for exercise classes or whatever?
Not just my husband and I.
Right.
It was sometime in June, by the end of June, at the end of June. June, I don't know the date.
Would it be correct if you, on your Catalyst for Fitness Facebook page, it talks about May of 2012 was the grand opening?
I may have put that on there, but it's probably a marketing thing.
Okay.
I'm under oath.
I understand, I appreciate that.
Okay, I didn't take marketing in college, okay, so I'm kind of doing this as I go. So like the TRX pictures, yeah, looks like, wow, look at all this. So that may have been marketing, because from what I understand about marketing, you put something out there, but you may not do it for a month or 2, because you need people to start talking about it, especially on Facebook, so people like and share. So I may have put that out there in May, trying to get people to know what was going on.
And then as far as the equipment in the actual building, in addition to the, you've got dumbbells,
Dumbbells,
free weights.
those are free weights. Dumbbells are free weights.
Well, you also have free weights with a bench. And
Oh, that's not used for classes, never, ever,
But that's,
ever.
that's in there.
Yeah, my husband and I have used a bench,
Okay.
yes. But that, I'll give you names of everyone who's ever walked foot in there, and they've never used that bench. To sit on to change their shoes, I mean, ever, never,
I just saw
ever.
pictures and it wasn't included in what you said was in there.
Yeah,
so-
because
okay.
it's not, it's just there for us. They don't touch it ever. Won't do it.
Any other questions to the appellant? Thank you very much. At this time, we would be glad to take testimony from those persons who are in support of the appeal. If there is anybody, we would love for you to come to the podium and to state your name, address, and affiliation to the case.
My name is Annabelle Geis. I live at 8252 Patton Avenue. And I have no problem with that building being there. I can see it from my house. But I have no problems with the parking because I live on Patton. And the only problem that I really had was the zoning. If they were going to change the zoning, I would have had a problem with that, but I understand that is not an issue. Is there anything else?
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Did she swear in? I can't remember her standing up and swearing in.
I'm just going to ask a question. Ma'am, would you come back to the podium, please? There's a question. Were you sworn in earlier today?
No.
Well, then, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand and swear after me. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And then are you going to affirm that your testimony that you gave prior to your swearing in followed what you just swore?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on behalf? Please, come. Did you swear in?
I did not.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Your name and affiliation, address, please?
My name is Judy Kane. I live at 1723 Fireside Drive, which is 2 doors down, further into the cul-de-sac. My husband, he gets home later at night. He's a tax man, and so he's not had any problems navigating. You know, they all parked within, you know, the signage. Nobody has ever come down into the cul-de-sac or even close to the cul-de-sac. The problem that we have mainly are the speeders and the late soccer moms that come flying down there because they miss the little, one of our neighbors put up a little park sign. And if they miss it, they come flying down, they tear around, it's like, oh, where do we go? So that's mainly what the issue is. When they did build their structure, I was like, wow, it matches the house. Very, you know, all the colors match. It's not an eyesore. We've had no problem with what she's doing.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to testify on behalf of the appellant in favor of the appeal? Okay, we will now take testimony from those who oppose the appeal. If there's anybody that'd like to come to the podium, again, make sure that if you're sworn in or need to, that I can do that. So if anybody'd like to step up, we'd be more than happy to take testimony in opposition to the appeal. Sir.
My name is Dick Gerstle. I live at 1754 Yellow Glen Drive. So our property is behind Sharon's property, abuts the rear corner of her property. And I'd like to compliment Sharon on the establishment of her business. I think she's done a great job on that part. It provides a service for her clients, and I think that's really great. I, however, strongly object to the reinterpretation of the home occupation definition as applied here, or to any potential zoning changes, which now has gone by the board. To allow a commercial business to operate in this residential area, I don't think it fits in. Redefining home occupation to allow continued operation would violate the whole purpose of zoning and set a bad precedent. Commercial fitness already exists in our area at the corner of Clough and 8 Mile Road. There's a company there called Fitness for Function, very similar to what she operates, but it's in the commercial area down at that corner. So even though she's doing a fine service for people, I just think it's a bad precedent to kind of stretch the definition, and I'd be opposed to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to provide testimony and pose the appeal? Ma'am?
My name is Marilyn Ray, and I live at 1766 Yellow Glen Drive, and I've been there for the last 22 years. My back property line is separated from 1759, the property in question, by a chain link fence, and the building in question sits, as Ms. Chamberlain testified, 33 feet off of my property line, 33 feet. I was concerned when I saw the large commercial-type building being constructed just off my fence line, within full view of my kitchen, living room windows, my daughter's bedroom, especially since the backyard involved already had another building, which is not on the plot site, I might mention, and a house addition. I called the township. I was assured that the building met code, that the Chamber's application was approved. It was 100% understood that the building would not be used for commercial purposes. I spoke with Allison about that. I accepted that. Rules are rules. From my living room window at night and from the back of my property when I walk my property, I can see into the building from the side doors, as can Dick that just testified, and we can see people engaged in exercise classes from my computer where I work at night. Catalyst for Fitness, the name of the business, has a full website. It offers a full range of exercise workouts. One is called Metabolic Explosion Sessions. I quote from their website. These sessions are held 2 to 3 times a week for an hour for 6 weeks, 4 to 9 people. Let's do the math. 4 people, 2 times a week, times 6 weeks, 48 in and out. 9 people, 2 times a week, and she says she has 9, times 6 weeks, 108 people in and out. How about if they do 2 to 3 times a week, as the website says? 4 people times 3 times 6, that's 72 in and out. 9 times 3 times 6, 162. And that's one class that she teaches, and it is called Metabolic Explosion Sessions. She offers on her website personal training, quote, and I quote, I have the website copied, I'll be glad to give you that. She offers personal training 2 to 3 times a week for 1 hour for 12 weeks. There's also a 4-week package. She says it's by invitation, it's by appointment, and that's personal training by appointment. All of the websites, and I have many that I will cite here, show hours operating 12 hours a day from 8:30 in the morning until 8:30 at night. I'll show you those in a moment. She does express personal training. 30 minutes, I quote from her website, perfect for lunch or any break from work. They also offer a semi-private 2-person personal training, 2 to 3 times a week for 12 weeks. They do suspension trainings. There has been much discussion tonight about whether products are sold. I quote from her website. If you are interested and don't already have equipment to use, you can buy a set of resistance bands from me. I've had a set of my own for years and have now partnered with the same company. Bands are easy to travel with in a car or a plane, and they provide a full workout. In fact, they offer a great alternative to always using dumbbells or barbells. I'll be glad to recommend which set of bands would be best fit for you. You can buy them from me at, and then it has the button that you push on her website. I was on her website for a long time in the last few days. There is personal training, all of these various things, and that's in addition to a huge program of nutritional counseling, meals that can be delivered to your home, sports equipment training that you can buy. They charge fees. I Googled the company last night. I don't know if these sites have accurate information, but I will tell you, and I have copies here, buzzfile.com, buzzfile.com, which is a business directory, says this business is estimated to generate $100,000 in annual revenues. That's what it says. I may be a surprise. It's on the website. Other business directory websites including merchantcircuscircle.com, LinkedIn, and there is a site there, Yelp.com, the www.yellowpages.com, business directory biz journals, www.manta, and thumbtack.com, listing 2 employees. All of them list hours of operation from 8:30 in the morning to 8:30 at night. And it shows when they are open and when they are closed. You can pay with cash, PayPal, personal check, and her Facebook page has 900 likes. This is a big business. It is not a small player. I'm telling you, look at the website. She says that she took a lot of pictures to make it look good. It looks very good. It's a really well-organized business. A fully equipped, modern gym with, you can look at the pictures. I'll leave that to you, at what is there. I have been very careful to meet with zoning officials on 2 different occasions to make certain that I had the facts. It is in fact clear that this is a commercial business with all of the trappings that define a commercial business. When I received the latest letter from the Chamberlains, I immediately went to the Zoning Commission and asked for clarification of the content. I was told without hesitation that much of the content of that letter was simply untrue. But most of the neighbors do and did not know this to this day. And thus they were supportive of the efforts of the Chamberlains and admire their success. However, the building is not in their backyard. Their special need daughter does not look out her window at the building, or Dick's special needs grandson playing in his backyard. The Chamberlains did an impassioned plea that sounded honest and warm, and yes, neighborly in their letter. But according to the zoning officials, much of what they told the neighbors was at least slanted, and much of it was simply not true. Broadening the definition of home occupation to include a commercial-style gym located in a neighborhood is not a direction this township wants to go. While my children are now grown, for many years we had play sets at the back of that property, and they played there, just feet from that huge building. My grandson plays in my backyard. And complete strangers are unloading exercise mats, attending classes feet away, just like I see on Beachmont Avenue. It cannot help but hurt property values for the houses that abut the building. No young couple is going to buy my house with that building sitting there, or senior citizens with a commercial gym in their backyard. Cars continue to park in the upper level of the cul-de-sac, as they did last night when I watched the people, her customers, arrive. They drop off. Last night there was a drop-off program going on. Someone dropped off, the person got off, they drove away. There does seem to be an attempt for them to park in their driveway. Customers and strangers to my neighborhood unpack gym bags and mats and walk through the side yard to the gym. Some neighbors report that customers are now parking at the park and walking up to the gym classes. Should the definition of home occupation be expanded to allow commercial gyms in people's backyards, as the Chamberlain has done, there is nothing to stop any of us, we all have big backyards, from operating a variety of businesses in the township. And that's the very nature of a business. They're meant to grow and expand. More offerings, more classes. Ms. Chamberlain has YouTube videos aggressively looking for business, YouTube videos, aggressively soliciting business. More cars, more customers. I appeal to the township zoning officials to deny this attempt to skirt zoning regulations and not to broaden this definition of home occupation, which would threaten all of our township residents. And then just a few clarifications. If the building was completed in January, it was built with the building was built with a rubber floor. She described what that is for. It was built with a rubber floor. And within months, exercise classes, as we've heard testimony tonight, were going on there. All of the sites list 12 hours a day, and we can see the drop-in with lunch and so forth. On her website, there are 42 testimonials. I believe I counted that. Most of them are from people in these classes, touting the business and how great the business is. Promotional videos, YouTubes, and a fully equipped, despite the fact that she's listed 6 medicine balls and a few dumbbells. It's a fully equipped gym. Thank you for your time and attention tonight.
Thank you.
I had a question.
Sir?
That's okay.
Sir, we're still taking testimony here. If you would, we have some questions. We'll allow you time to rebut, okay?
Mr. Chairman, he should be allowed to cross-examine.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Ma'am, would you come back here? I appreciate the clarification.
Just a couple of quick questions. I know the time is running late and you guys have more on your agenda. Ms. Ray, it sounds like you have a fairly unobstructed view to the place where she holds these classes?
I do. I have my cell phone with me with all the pictures that I took today.
It sounds like it's near where your computer is, so you look at it fairly often, correct?
All day, every day.
Have you ever seen?
Washing my dishes.
Have you ever seen any product that is sold in there?
I have not ever seen any product sold.
Have you ever seen a delivery truck deliver any product?
No, I have not ever seen a delivery truck deliver.
Have you ever been in this building?
I have not been in that building.
Do you have any proof that there's any diminution in any property values in the area?
I have no proof of that whatsoever.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Ma'am, questions by
I
the
did
board?
have a question. Do you guys have a question down there? You sure? You've had a good, it was very helpful to hear your observations. And I had a question for you on the parking.
I'll
Because
try.
you noticed that the parking is being directed towards the driveway now. Have you ever observed a parking where it appears that access might be impeded, for example, by a fire truck?
I don't think so.
Okay,
I don't think so, no, sir.
Okay.
Mm.
thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions? Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak who opposes this appeal? Sir? I trust you've been sworn in. Would you raise your right hand and swear after me? I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Yes.
Thank you. Your name, address, and affiliation.
Scott Morgan. I'm at 1867 Fireside. I'm not affiliated.
Okay.
I hope I can speak as eloquently as she did. I'm quite nervous up here. I just found out about the issue just recently from my wife, and she just advised me to come here. So, I guess just a couple of issues. First of all, on Fireside Drive, it'd be really nice to get a speed bump or something to slow the traffic down, to speak on behalf of the somebody that spoke earlier. Just, I guess, a couple of rebuttals or things that were stated earlier. The hours of operation do seem to clash with what is advertised on the website, where it does state 8:30 a.m. to 9 p.m. She stated, I guess, that she doesn't do it for profit, but she does sell her services, which Mr. Tepe can say are quite valuable for sale. She does sell drugs out of her home, or supplements regarding that. She does advertise quite excessively. Nowadays, it's the fact that she doesn't have a sign or anything in there, being on the web, her LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, Google+, every one of those sites is where people are going to look to find her services, so it is fairly aggressive advertising. A Google search for Cincinnati Fitness Boot Camp would show up as a third-page selection. If she put additional money into search optimization, she could move that up, and it could be even more lucrative on her part, which means more people and more traffic on the street. Daycare comparison, daycare is normally drop-offs. A lot of these other facilities that actually do are, I guess, approved in the township, have a more drop-off. This isn't a drop-off location. It's where people would come to the site, park their cars, and stay for an extended period of time. She states hour-long courses or classes. I'm not sure how long the actual classes take. I don't think we heard that before. All of the other ones are drop-offs. Other people in the township, they may have parties, book clubs, such, they usually switch between house to house weekly. It's not a consistent daily, weekly, hourly basis. That's it. The selling of product, I'm not sure what type of precedent it would set, being able to sell something, whether she's doing it for a service or not, out of her house with a gym. Doesn't mean that I could set up a structure in my backyard, which does abut Juleps Park, open up the fence line and set up a little hut. I could hire 5 people to come work for me. They could park their cars all along Juleps, 5 to 10 cars, or they could park in Juleps parking lot, because that's what the township provides for me for my business, is free parking for my customers. We could open up a shack, and we could sell health bars for charity. We could sell any services out of my backyard, right on Juleps Park. There's quite a lot of potential customers that would go by there on a daily basis. I think it's a great story what she's doing. I think it's fabulous trying to operate a business and do that. I think at this point, she increases her revenue, makes it higher than 100, keeps moving up. She could lease out a place that's proper for this type of business and grow from there. I just don't think a neighborhood, community is the place for this type of business. That's all I have. Please.
I just have a couple of questions. You started how long have you lived there?
Approximately 15 years.
Okay, you stated at the very beginning of your testimony that you just found out about this from your wife. So isn't it
Certainly.
the fact that you had no idea that she was operating classes there?
No, she used to park quite consistently on the street on a weekly basis. The cars would park, I don't know if they would park actually in the cul-de-sac. They would park very close to the cul-de-sac where her residence is. It would have been difficult for a fire truck or any vehicle to make a turnaround in there. If they would have missed the turn into Juleps Park on Patton Drive, they would have had to single-file lane down Fireside Drive. If there is any cars parked on the street there, and we have plenty of driveway space on that street, so any cars on the street there, it is difficult to turn around. I would say, I don't know if it's 9 or 10 cars. We can say it may be 7, 8 cars. I don't know if I ever saw more than 10 cars there, but they would back up all the way from the residence where the gym operates, almost all the way to Patton, almost, it would be difficult to make a right turn at that point. So
you have
yes.
been aware of it, or you just were aware that there were cars that were parked?
I've been quite aware of the situation with the parking. I think it's been going on for a few months now.
Were you
I would say at
aware
least
of
6
what she was
months
doing,
that
or
the
just aware of
traffic
the
has been a
cars?
problem for 6 months.
Were you aware that she was holding these classes, or you were just aware that there were cars?
I was aware that there was something going on in the neighborhood that I was unaware of.
Okay. You stated that, I'm not sure what
Which
that...
seems more selling drugs. I don't know if that's a proper word. They are drugs. So she's making a profit from selling.
That was my next question. You said that she sells stuff out of the home. Do you have anything to prove the uncontroverted testimony that nothing is sold out of there whatsoever? Have you ever seen delivery trucks? Have you ever seen somebody walk away with a product?
The fact that she's selling something out of her home doesn't necessarily mean she has to transport that product. When I buy a product from Amazon, it comes from a warehouse or a direct customer sale, and they make a percentage of that profit. eBay makes a percentage of profit if I buy something from somebody else. She is still selling product. She makes a commission. So because of her advertising on her site, those supplement/drugs, and that person buying that, utilizing her website, which she pays for, she is getting a commission. She is getting a direct monetary profit from the sale of drugs from her own website.
So the fact that she sells something on the internet disqualifies her as a home occupation?
No, I think that's a good progressive move on her part.
What home occupation would qualify? If you were an accountant that only did tax returns via internet and received payment via internet, wouldn't that be the same thing?
I think that would be appropriate.
Okay, Okay, but the fact that she sells nothing, no product whatsoever out of the property.
I don't think that, I think she does sell product.
Okay, so please tell me all the reasons why you think that she actually sells some product out of the physical space located on the fire site. What proof do you
I
have?
think she sells product,
What's the product?
supplements, I think from the Metrex Corporation, or Fitrex, I think it was the name.
But do you know that for absolute certain as you sit here today under oath?
If from what she stated earlier, if I purchased one of these Fitrex products from her website, she receives a commission, a check from this company, although it seems like they're behind in paying her.
We're not getting anywhere, I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Anything else?
Can I ask him a quick question?
Please.
You guys have? Do you go to the barber shop sometimes?
The one in the corner where the businesses are located on Clough and 8 Mile?
Whatever.
Yes, I do.
How many people are usually there getting their hair cut when you get your hair cut?
3,
3?
4.
Okay.
Recently, I went to Great Clips, and there was quite a crowd there, so they had a discount. So I can't say that I know for sure.
Thank you.
I don't spend a lot.
I don't either. Thanks a lot. Thanks for your testimony.
sorry.
Thank you. Anybody else want to testify in opposition to the appeal? Does the appellant wish to rebut any of the testimony at this point?
Two or three things very briefly. Number one, I do not make $100,000. I don't know what BuzzFile is, but I'm going to go look it up. Number two, the Yelp and the LinkedIn and the other ones that you, well, not LinkedIn, the Yelp and the other ones that you, that were mentioned in prior testimony, those are free sites that you can go, and anyone can go look this up, you can look it up right now. You can register your business for free, and they ask you what your business hours are. They don't allow you to put in, well, Monday from this time to this time, and Tuesday from this time to this time. So I just said 8:30 to 8:30, or whatever I said on each day on every one of those websites. But on my website, it clearly states you must contact me. You have to fill, it's their boxes, you just fill in the boxes. Yes, I do have a profile on LinkedIn, yes, I am on Twitter, and yes, I do have a Facebook page. The YouTube videos that she is referring to are embedded in my, I believe the ones that prior testimony was referring to are embedded in my, there's only 1 or 2 YouTube videos, maybe a handful. Most of them are through, there's 2 or 3 from Animoto, which is a, I did it myself. I muddled through it. You get pictures and you throw them in and they create a video for you. That's all that is. LinkedIn, yes, I have a profile. Twitter, yes, I have a profile. But as long as you have an internet connection, you can have a profile on any of those. My website hosting fee is less than $20 a year. And to create my website, we downloaded a free template from Joomla. All the photos on there were from me. I walk around and I take a lot of photos. And I keep putting them on there. The testimonials, I didn't know I had that many. It's nice. They are from boot camp and everything that I've ever done. I send surveys a lot via email and ask people to give me testimony.
Do you sell any product out of your
No, there are no products in my studio.
Nothing stored?
Nothing is stored, nothing is on site. No one has walked out with a product in their hand that they have purchased from me in my studio. Any questions?
Please.
A question. We heard testimony that your website has that you will sell stretch bands, normal light exercise equipment. Are you saying that that's not true, or are you saying that the website may say it, but you don't do it?
There are 2 affiliate links on my website. One goes to FitRx, which is the supplements. The other is for, when I said on my website, you can buy resistance bands through me, you click on a link and it takes you to a company called, thank you, Body Elastics. I'm sorry, I was drawing a blank. Body Elastics, and you order from them, just like you do the supplements. They ship it to you They take your order, they take your money, they take your username and your password. I have none of that on site. Just this way, if someone wants to work with me online somewhere, because they can't get to me, or they want to come at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I said, I don't have any classes, they can use bands and work out at their house, or at their gym, or at their hotel, or wherever they are. It's not on site, nothing.
I do have one question, is do you have any signage inside the structure relating to any of the products that you sell online?
I have some, no signage.
There's nothing inside that relates to any of the products that you sell?
I have a couple of sample, they're empty, because I bought whey protein for me to drink. When I was finished with the container, I put it, empty container, I put it out there. So when someone asks me, what kind of whey protein do you drink, I can point to it. So when they go on the website, they know what it looks like. So I have a couple of those. There is no signage, there are no cards that I hand out with a link, there's nothing, no.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Any other further items from the appellant? No. Finally, one last question. Anything else from the board before we close the public hearing?
Or staff.
Or staff, yeah, exactly. Anything? Well, then, if there are no other further comments, then, and then if there's no objection from the board, then we're going to close the public hearing on case 6-2015 BZA. Okay, so according with our agenda tonight, we are going to deliberate the two cases that we have heard, and then move on to the other cases for this evening. So, case 5-2015. Who would like to get discussion commenced?
I'll start. I think we talked a lot about this last week, and, you know, I would have granted it as was, and I certainly will grant it now based on the fact that I don't believe it's substantial, and I will leave it at that.
Thank you. Anything else? Comments?
Mr. Chairman, we, at last month's hearing and meeting, we asked for some compromise of the original design that was good for both the property owner as well as the adjacent property owner, and the resubmission of the plan seems to fit in every way that compromise. So I am fully in favor of granting this variance as well.
Okay. Anything else? If not, then would someone entertain a motion?
I'll try and make a motion if we, let me get the paperwork. Oh, Fred, were you going to go ahead and do one?
Oh, we've already got it drafted. Mr. Chairman, I move that in the case 5-2015 BZA, a property at 8393 Jacaro Drive, that we grant the variance because the subject property would yield a more beneficial use for the current occupants, whose son would be able to access the expanded kitchen and laundry areas. A definite recent hardship that they need to work with. The variance is not substantial. The applicant is requesting to move less than 2 feet closer to the side property line than is permitted in the zoning resolution. The essential character of the neighborhood will not be substantially altered and adjoining properties will not suffer a substantial detriment as a result of the variance. The adjacent property owner has expressed his approval of the variance as redesigned. The variance will not adversely affect the delivery of government services. The property owner's predicament cannot be feasibly obviated by some other method than the variance, as we worked with some possible other designs at last month's meeting. The adjacent property owner was not open to the sale or transfer of the property to accommodate a required setback with the home's addition. As a part of granting this variance, I would like to say that we stay within the following conditions. Substantial conformance with the image and plans dated April 6th, 2015 is required, and construction shall be started within 1 year and completed within 2 years of the date of this decision.
We have a motion to grant the variance. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a second. Any discussion? There being no discussion, would you please call the roll?
Steve Haver,
Aye.
Fred Hayes,
Aye.
Brian Ellis,
Aye.
Christopher Houston,
Aye.
Brian Johnson.
Abstain.
Abstain. Okay, we have granted variance in case 5-2015, BZA. Moving on to the case we just heard, case 6-2015, BZA. This is a appeal of staff's interpretation of section 3135, the definition of home occupation.
I'll start this one as well, if that's okay.
Please.
First start by, my question when we started regarding the daycares is wholly irrelevant. You know, there's a specific definition section, which I was unaware of, 31.21. I don't think that should be considered at all in this appeal. I think counsel for appellant really made clear what the issue is for us to decide, and it is the last clause of the home occupation section. I think we can really limit, in my opinion, most of our discussion to that provision. I don't think it's quite as clear-cut as counsel for appellant has stated, although he's doing his job. There are certainly some similarities that can be drawn between a barber shop or a tailor shop and the type of business being run on the property. You don't necessarily have to sell commodities or products at a barber shop, and you certainly generally don't sell them at a tailoring shop. In a tailoring shop, you take your chattel there, it's modified, you pick it up, you pay for it. Here you have people coming in and working out, paying for that workout, for the services, for the directions as to how to work out coming from the appellant, and then they leave. So there's certainly some similarities there, and then, you know, just as easy as you can draw similarities, you can draw contrasts. And the barber shops, beauty shops, generally are quite different from working out, and the fact that you're going in, you're getting part of your body taken off. When you go to a barber shop, beauty shops, you're getting stuff put onto your body. Generally speaking, I don't have a lot of experience with beauty shops, but that's my understanding. You know, shoes and hats, repair and tailoring shops, like I said, it's the same reason they're similar, the same reason they're different. You're taking a chattel there. Your body's not necessarily a chattel, it's your body. So I think we have to look to the spirit and intent of the zoning section as a whole in our discussion, and I'm kind of torn on which way to come down on that. So before I give the insight as to how I would rule, I'd like to listen to what the rest of the board has to say. And that's all I have right now.
Thank you.
I'd like to say that I agree with that, and I was going down that road myself. Applicant is correct, and the last sentence, similar commercial activity, is really what we should be focusing on. It's either similar or dissimilar to the ones prohibited. So we're talking about barbershops, beauty shops. While it might be a little vague, it seems to be honing in on maybe client traffic, whereas a barbershop, you're going to have, I guess, one operated out of the house. You would typically have one person coming, maybe one person waiting for another one. And I think the applicant's submission with describing it similar to an attorney's business operating out of the house, I'd expect maybe the same thing. An attorney working from a home office probably wouldn't have very many people showing up at a given time. So it seems like it's based on how many people are going to be there and how often. I think it definitely can be distinguished from the child care, the daycare, because the regulation specifically addresses those types of businesses and how to regulate them, what complies, what doesn't. Whereas this isn't addressed. So I guess until the trustees would adopt maybe a more specific resolution, I don't think that the staff's interpretation is unreasonable.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with the comments by both Mr. Houston and Mr. Johnson. But the additional issues in my mind are that the appellant testifies that they don't want that business to grow, but I find it very difficult to control that in any way. If we say that this is fine, there's no limits to how far that can go, or that we don't have any way of policing it. Even if she were willing to sign a document that says that it's only going to operate at these hours, it's still more difficult to police. The other interesting, unexpected, critical testimony that I heard was that the length of time that the parking is used is a differentiator between the quick drop-offs, and it makes it more like the barber shops or the beauty shops where the parking is for a longer term period of time while the service is provided within the household. And that seems to me to be a piece of what is being excluded here in that last sentence that I agree should be the focus of our debate. So I lean the same way as Mr. Johnson does, is saying that the interpretation of the staff is not unreasonable at all.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I really, it's very difficult when we have to deal with one situation, a successful business person going out and finding her dream with her business. I do think that the staff's interpretation is well-founded. I would go beyond what my colleagues have said. I thought I heard a lot of things in the testimony and information presented, which tells me that the fitness facility or fitness studio, the private fitness studio, goes well beyond what is contemplated for a home occupation. And I looked at the zoning code as well. Besides just the definition, you need to look at the underlying zoning provisions as well, which talk about uses customarily incidental. And I don't believe we have this here. I don't believe that large classes coming to a building in a backyard in a single-family neighborhood with, I'm guessing, quarter-acre lots, I don't believe that's customary and incidental. And, you know, what I heard was this is a real business. It's a real fitness business. It's providing classes, and it's not customary and incidental to what we typically see in our residents And I think that things like, I heard appointments, personal services, how many people come to these businesses that the code uses as illustration, like barber shop, stuff like that. Actually, it's more intense than that, is what I hear. Granted, at certain hours that the applicant has selected. So I would be quite surprised if the staff held any other way. I don't think anybody is glad to use zoning to control somebody's business dream and successful business. It just unfortunately isn't in the right spot. It's in a residential area. This is a business. I think we heard a lot of testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. I echo the sentiments of you all, as you have adequately and articulately expressed what's at stake here. I would add that for myself, I do have a home occupation. I'm a consultant. I work on my own. I have no clients ever coming to my house. I go to Panera's and Starbucks to meet with people, or I meet with owners of businesses at their place, but I don't have anybody coming to my house as a business. So I understand I say that because of the contrast involved in that. What we're looking at here is this threshold of people coming to and from this premise. So I echo everything that you have said along the way. That being said, would someone like to make a motion? Any other discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Hausman?
No, I generally agree with everything that's been said. I think the provision could have been drafted better as far as the non-exhaustive list set forth therein. But I do believe that the drafter's intention was to exclude things such as this. So.
Mr. Chairman, I move that this board, in the case 6-2015 BZA, deny the request for appealing the staff's interpretation, and by doing so, actually confirm the staff's interpretation of Section 31.35.
Motion is on the table. Do we have a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Betty, would you please call the roll?
Fred Hayes.
Aye.
Brian Ellis.
Aye.
Christopher Halpern.
Aye.
Brian Johnson.
Aye.
Steve Taylor.
Aye. At this time, we are going to journalize these two cases that we have just deliberated. Okay. So you want to go ahead and act on the draft for 5,215? What's the board's?
I'm fine with postponing it.
Postponing?
Again.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you all. Okay. Thank you. We are then going on to consideration of case 7-2015 BZA, which is a request to allow a screened porch to be located within a front yard setback at 825 Strathcona Drive.
And Mr. Chair, I'm going to excuse myself from this case.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Eliff. Staff, will you present the request before us?
And thank you all for your patience. So this property is 825 Strathcona Drive. The applicant is Linda Johnson, who's also the property owner. It is zoned B residence, and the request before us is to allow a screen porch to be located with a front yard setback of 32 feet, where 35 feet is required per section 76.1-1. Here we have a location map showing the property. It is a corner lot. We frequently look at corner lots. The tract is .287 acres and has approximately 68 feet of frontage on Asbury Hills and 142 feet on Strathcona. It's a relatively flat topography, and the existing use is a single-family residence. As you can see here, the surrounding zoning on all sides is B residence. There is a pocket of B CUP, community unit plan, just to the east here. Here we've got an aerial photo of the site as well as surrounding conditions. The applicant is seeking a variance to create a screen porch addition of 8 feet by 27 feet 3 inches, which is proposed to have a front yard setback to Strathcona of 32 feet, where 35 feet is required. A brief history of this site is that a single-family residence was constructed in 1966, a patio was added in 1995, and a zoning certificate was issued in April of 2015, so this year, for a screen porch addition of 5 feet by 27 feet 3 inches, taking it right up to that setback line. At this time, the applicant is seeking to enlarge that approved screen porch addition from 5 feet in depth to 8 feet, which would encroach by 3 feet into the required front yard setback. This is a site plan reflecting that proposed change with the existing porch here, existing home and garage, and then this is the location of the proposed addition. Staff finds that this variance is not substantial. The applicant is requesting a reduction in setback of 3 feet. The essential character of the neighborhood would not be substantially altered, and adjoining properties would not suffer substantial detriment as a result of the variance. Homes in the area are of various styles architecturally, some of which include porches, some of which include outdoor patio areas within the front yards that do extend towards the street. The variance will not adversely affect the delivery of government services, and the spirit and intent of the zoning requirement would be observed and justice done by granting the variance. The screen porch will not alter the property's ability to maintain an open front yard area.
Okay, any questions for staff?
I have one quick one for clarification. The existing porch, I think, is right at the allowable setback line. Is that correct?
No, the existing porch is 40 feet. So a 5-foot approved addition of a screen porch would be at 35 feet, and that's the front yard setback line.
So the existing porch is at
40.
It's at 40 from a setback standpoint.
Yes.
Its size is about 5 feet, 6 feet deep right now? So the requested is truly a full addition here then?
Yes.
It's not a replacement of that?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a question. Is there any restriction on screening of a front porch?
There is not. We consider it an addition. Our language for front porches is that they are open, unenclosed, so screening it in would be an enclosure, so we consider it an addition.
So as long as it's conforming otherwise, you can screen it?
Any other questions? Would the appellant like to come forth and speak into the microphone, state your name and if any affiliation, and present your appeal? And we appreciate your patience.
Thank you. My wife is listed as the applicant here. I'm Keith Johnson, a resident at the property in issue. I live there at 825 Strathcona with my wife. As the staff report indicates, the house is 50 years old, as is the current porch. The current porch was constructed in a way that it was not on a proper footer. It's deteriorated over time, so we're going to have to replace the porch in some fashion in the near future. And if we're going to go that much trouble, we thought we'd enhance our property by building a bigger porch and screening it in and increasing the utility significantly for my wife and I as we enter our golden age years. I don't think, I think obviously with the deteriorating porch, the new porch will enhance the current residence, and I think it will enhance the immediate neighborhood in which we reside. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any questions from the board to the appellant?
Again, for clarification, the planned size of that porch would be a total of,
We would, the current depth of the porch is approximately 8 feet. We could go out as much as 8 more feet. We can go out 5 feet and be up to the setback line.
Yes.
We don't
Yep.
need a variance for that, but we would like to go out another 2 to 3 feet.
you didn't submit any plans as far as what the construction would look like. What is the planned roof line, or do you have that set yet? Is it a continuation of the gable?
Yes, it would, yeah, I'm sorry. It would be a continuation directly out of the current gable of the porch that you can see, well, right there in the diagram.
Same
In the
gable
picture.
construction?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
You seem to be very deliberate in the dimension of adding 8 feet to it, and you know that if you only came out 5, you would be in compliance. So my question is why the additional, I mean, you're going from, what, 13 feet, which seems like a nice size of porch, to 16 feet?
We're not sure we'll go to the full 16 feet, but we think the 13 feet, when you put the screening on, you lose a little bit of the utility in which, you're bumping into the screen, and we just think bumping it out another foot or 2, or perhaps 3, will make it much more utility in terms of putting a table in the middle of the porch and being able to circumvent it and everything like that, and not damage the screening that would be part of the porch.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. We'll take anybody's testimony who is opposition to the appeal. Yes. I'm going to ask, were you sworn in earlier? Thank you. I appreciate that. Please come and state your name and address.
My name is Carol Nestler, and I live at 857 Strathcona Drive, 3 houses down from the Johnson's home. And I submitted a 2-page letter when I was notified about the public hearing. I spent quite a bit of time composing that letter with what I feel are valid points why this variance should be denied. And I hope that all of you on the board have had an opportunity to read that letter. I spoke with Allison last week, and this week she was very helpful in providing the information that I needed. One thing that I did not include in my letter, there was a reference that the Johnsons made that because their house is made of mostly brick, the house cannot be repositioned on the property. And I don't think anyone in this room or on the board would expect them to do that. However, I think there is a better solution to providing them the outdoor space that they would like, other than screening in the front porch. There other corner lots in the neighborhood have decks on the back with either privacy fencing or something to offer privacy. And like Vegas, what happens in your backyard stays in your backyard. Unlike Vegas, what happens in your front yard is open for everyone to see. There's not one home in Brittany Acres that has a screened-in front porch. And I think that it would detract considerably to the character of the neighborhood. And I moved to Anderson because there are zoning laws in place for a reason. And to put a lanai on a front porch, I think would devalue not only my property, but other property in the neighborhood. And I know when people, and I don't know how many people were notified of this hearing, if it was just the people at the intersection or on Strathcona, but when you buy a house, before you sign on the dotted line, a lot of people will drive through the neighborhood to see how that neighborhood is kept up. And I would hate to see anyone's property devalued because of a variance to a zoning law that, for something that is found commonly on the back of a house, not on the front porch. So I hope you take that into consideration, and I hope you read my letter.
Is there any questions? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there anybody else that would like to testify who opposes the appeal? Yes. Would you please come to...
I was sworn in.
Thank you. Name and address, please.
Mary Ellen O'Hara, 824 Strathcona. I'm 2 houses down. I'm very sick right now, so I can't talk long. I agree with everything that she said. There are many corner lots in Brittany Acres or Brittany Hills. And if you allow one to put a screened-in front porch on, you're opening up a can of worms. I searched for a house when we bought this house. Excuse me, I'm going to cough. And I looked at 4 different properties in that subdivision because that's where I wanted to live. The first thing I asked was, how big is my backyard? Because I had animals. If the yard wasn't big enough, I said no thank you and kept looking. To say that you weren't aware of how big your backyard is, and then to change the zoning for that purpose, so because you don't have enough room now in the backyard, doesn't quite make any sense to me. So that's about all I can get out right now.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak in opposition to the appeal? Does the appellant wish to rebut any of the testimony?
My wife would like to speak.
I apologize, I'm not a great public speaker. But I think if we look at the drawings...
Name it, I'm sorry, name and address, please.
I'm sorry. Linda Johnson, resident 825 Strathcona. And I don't want to brag, but I think if you look at that beautiful hedge up there, you can see we really care a lot about how our house would look. And I already have a permission from the zoning commission because they understand we want to just keep the same gable and come out tastefully. And so that allows us to come 5 feet, but the extra maybe foot or 2 or 3 would just give us a lot more room to walk around so that people can be seated at the table in the porch, very nice table, and so I can get around to serve them. It would just make it a lot more usable for us. And since the zoning commission already understands, we just have to find the right builder, that we would come out with the tasteful gable. I just really think it would be also more useful for us, but it would enhance the safety of the neighborhood because we could be out there. We're more eyes to watch what's going on. And it's not true that we didn't know. We could see that the property didn't have much on the back, and we did our best by building a patio, but we can't screen that in to get away from the mosquitoes because there's not enough land behind the house. So just today I had more landscaping done. We're constantly putting money into the home, and we care about our neighbors. We want them to be happy too. And I'd like to invite them on that porch someday.
Good, thank you. Any other questions by the board, from the board? Well then, if there aren't any further comments, and if there's no objection from the board, then I'm going to close the public hearing on Case 7-2015 BZA at 825 Strathcona Drive. And what we are going to do, thank you for your participation and your patience so far, is that we're going to go through all these cases, and then when we get through those, we are going to deliberate each one. So you're welcome to stay at this point if you so choose. Going on then to Case 8-2015. Thank you, Mr. Ellen.
So we have two addresses, two properties here, and two property owners. We have lumped them into one case number for you tonight to kind of lighten the agenda since it is a shared property line. So the two properties that we are looking at here are 6694 and 6700 Clough Pike. This is the Anderson Township Pub there, as well as SDH Flow Controls. Both are zoned E-retail. And the request before you this evening is a variance to allow an 8-foot-high privacy fence within both the side and rear yard areas, where 6-feet-high privacy fencing is only permitted within the rear yard per section 171.9. This same section does clarify that side yards are limited to a maximum height of 4 feet and must be 75% open. This location map identifies the northern parcel is 6694 and southern is 6700 Clough Pike. Surrounding zoning is E retail to the north and south, A2 residence to the east, and B CUP to the west. That CUP area is township-owned green space. It's an aerial photo of both sites. Tract sizes, 6694 Anderson Township Pub has approximately .436 acres, and 6700 has .65 acres. Frontage is approximately 50 feet at the pub and 80 feet at SDH Flow Controls. Both are relatively flat. There is a steep increase in grade at the eastern portion of the property lines. You do get into some pretty steep hillside back here. We have two site plans before you. Again, these are two properties that are essentially asking for the same thing. So the applicants are seeking variance to allow an 8-foot-high wooden privacy fence. It would be located on this site plan. This is considered the side yard of both the pub as well as SDH Flow Controls, and this is in the rear yard of the pub. Again, both of these, the blue line as well as the red line, are where a 8-foot-high privacy fence is being requested. Brief history on these properties. The Anderson Township Pub structure was constructed in 1957. The Stumps purchased the property in 2007, and a front patio and fence were installed in 1998. In April of 2015, our office approved a zoning certificate for a patio, as well as 6-foot-high privacy fence in the rear. There is currently an 8-foot-high privacy fence installed in this area.
In lieu of the 6.
In lieu of the 6. The property to the south, where SDH Flow Controls is located, was constructed in 1968. Mr. Hendricks purchased the property in 2012. In July of 2012, a zoning certificate was issued for a detached accessory structure in the rear yard. In January 2013, a zoning certificate was issued for an awning on the front facade of the structure. Interior renovations also took place at this time. It was a large overhaul of the property. In November 2013, a swing gate with a roller gate, a swing gate was replaced with a roller gate in between the two properties here. There is, as we see in the photos, an existing 8-foot-high chain link fence with barbed wire along this shared property line into the rear. We've got some photos here of that. You can see that existing chain link fence with barbed wire, as well as that 8-foot-high privacy fence that has been installed at the Anderson Township Pub. So staff finds that both properties in question will yield a more reasonable return with the variance. The appearance of both properties will be improved. Outdoor dining patrons will have privacy in this rear patio area. And then the appearance of the northern property from the southern property will be improved. There are back-of-house items in this area that could then be screened. The variance is not substantial. The areas where the 8-foot-high privacy fence is proposed currently have an 8-foot-high chain link fence with barbed wire. There is an existing non-conforming 8-foot-high wooden privacy fence in the front yard area of the pub that we can see here, as well as in this photo. The essential character of the neighborhood would not be substantially altered, and adjoining properties will not suffer a substantial detriment as a result of the variance. Both properties will be improved in appearance by the allowance of this privacy fence, while keeping the rear yard of SDH Flow Controls secure and the outdoor patrons of the pub from having to view any back-of-house stuff. The property owner's predicament cannot be feasibly obviated by some method other than a variance, SDH Flow Controls could install a screening material onto the existing chain link fence to shield the view of the back-of-house operations of the pub. However, a wooden fence would be more aesthetically pleasing. The pub could screen their rear patio area with a 6-foot-high privacy fence. However, then patrons in this area would view the top portion of the chain link fence and barbed wire. This 8-foot-high privacy fence screens that view.
Questions for staff?
Allison, as you noted, the new fence at the rear of the property is not 6 foot high as was approved, but it really is 8 foot high. What happened there? What's going on? That is just recently installed, right?
It is, yep. We had approved a 6-foot-high privacy fence, and we had discussed with the applicant at that time of the approval that they would be coming in for the variance, so I think he just chose to go ahead and move forward with it.
Go ahead and what?
Move forward with the taller fence.
Ah. Do you have the shots that were included in the packet?
I do not have them in the PowerPoint.
Okay. I'm trying to understand the portion of the fence that is going to shield the patrons from the back area, because I see fence.
That would be this red line here.
Oh, so
this
that's
outline is the new rear patio behind the pub.
So the red fence is proposed to be new?
It is that existing 8-foot-high privacy fence.
Oh, that's the 8-foot one, okay.
It's there.
Oh, okay, so you're saying, okay. We're requesting a variance for something that's been installed?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. And what about the fence up to the front?
We aren't sure exactly when that came about. It is just an existing non-conforming
Okay.
fence.
Okay. Any other questions of staff?
Yeah, another quick one regarding that front fence that was probably installed somewhere around 1998. Even though it is non-conforming, have there been any complaints about it at all?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Nope. The appellant, please, if you would, state your name, address.
Gentlemen, I'm Thomas Richards
been sworn in.
I'm here as attorney for the property owner at the Anderson Township Pub.
Okay, and you are?
Thomas Richards.
Thank you.
I have a law firm in Montgomery, Richards and Associates. We filed the written appeal with a statement of facts, statement of law, which are fairly accurately stated again in the board's findings of fact in your notice back to us about the hearing today. And we would like to proffer your findings of facts and as evidence on our behalf. I did not bring Sue Stump, Inc. or Mr. Stump here tonight because we totally agree your findings of fact are exactly what we were arguing in our statement of facts. That it does substantially help the neighborhood. It gives some privacy to the patrons. In that patio behind that red line, there are tables and chairs for about 20, 25 people. That's all new. And they would be staring at the top of that barbed wire fence is 8 feet tall. So a 6-foot would have left. I think this is what they discovered after the application. They went back. They wanted to stay within the 6, but you'd be sitting there eating dinner like you were in prison. You'd be seeing barbed wire above the 6-foot wood fence. It's a beautiful fence, but it wouldn't have helped any. So we needed the extra 2 feet to hide that barbed wire. Steve Hendricks is here. I'll introduce him. He owns the property on the south line that's affected by this fence. He has a contiguous property line there. And he's in favor of it, and he wants to take the same exact fence and use the same contractor and extend it on west up to Clough Pike to hide the side of my client's building, which is in the restaurant business. You have a lot of junk storage, empty quarter barrels, empty bread containers, things like that that are stored outside. That's what's out there that Mr. Hendricks would like to use this exact same fence and contractor to hide. So he's totally in favor of it with us, and he's really the only property owner that's even, slightly affected by it. But he wants to leave that up too, by the way, the barbed wire chain link fence. We're not asking him to take it down. It secures his property to the back especially, so it's best just to hide it than try and, we can't take it down. Obviously, we have no ability to do that. It's if you look at the standards, it's one of the questions is, do we have it within our control to obviate the nuisance or the eyesore? We don't. And he doesn't want to take it down, and we don't expect him to take it down. So we ask that you allow us that extra 24 inches to hide that barbed wire fence, and also for Mr. Hendricks, and he is sworn in. Were you at the time? Okay, it was not yet. So first, I'd like to ask that your findings would be evidentiary on our behalf, I assume. I don't know if you were sworn in or not before you read those, but we would like to put those into the record as evidence on our behalf. If you need more testimony, you can swear me in. I'll be glad to testify. I've seen it. I'm well aware of the business, the operation, and the enhancement. So, and Mr. Hendricks is here also to testify.
Sir, you're telling me that you were not sworn in earlier?
He's the attorney, though.
No, I'm the attorney.
We don't swear in the attorney.
You don't swear in attorneys, sweet.
You can swear me in, it's fine. But we agree with your findings. But if you want more information from me, and you don't want it from me as an attorney, I'll be glad to swear in and testify.
Thank you. Your letter does say that you're requesting a variance to allow a wooden fence to hide the old metal fence.
Yes.
At the rear eastern, and it looks like to me, and I was out there today briefly, it looks like it's a pretty new fence, so I'm not quite sure where that old portion...
Metal fence?
Yeah.
That's been there over 40 years. Now, I think Steve's done a little work to it, but that fence is over 40 years old.
Thank you.
We knew that from, who'd you buy that from? The people before you. It went back, at least 40 years.
I would not know if it's 40 years, but it was an existing fence when I purchased the property.
When he bought the property, there was some question about the property line, so we went back to the former owners and their grandchildren and found out that that fence had been put in at least 40 years ago, that barbed wire chain link fence.
Thank you. Mr. Hendricks, would you like to testify on behalf of the appeal? And before you do, I know you're not an attorney, I believe, so can we swear you in?
I would love to be sworn.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please, what would you like to add to the appeal?
I have not yet agreed to use the same contractor. I would like to get some competing bids, but other than that, I would be in total agreement. And from our side of the property, yes, in effect, what we would like to do is put up a very similar fence, the one that would blend in, connect to the fence to the left, which is the front, kind of connect to the fence in the back, which is the variance, and make it one long fence.
And which side of the chain link fence are you going to put, do you request to put the wooden fence?
I guess I'll call it my side of the fence. The side on the side of CSH, my side.
Okay.
Which will be in an alley area not visible to any of the patrons, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Any questions for the appellants?
I just got a new understanding, and I want to make sure that I really understand it correctly. The ATP is asking for a variance for the fence that really is already installed for the benefit of the patrons. SDH is really asking for a similar fence and a similar variance on its side of the existing chain link fence, but essentially to match, regardless of who.
Essentially, correct.
But that fence will be SDH's the existing fence that we see in the snapshots here is really ATPs.
Correct.
I think I got it now.
Is it going to jump to the other, so the wood fence going to jump to the other side of the chain link fence?
That's what I was going to ask.
Man,
There's some question of continuity of the fence because the fence to the rear is on the ATP side of the chain link, and yet you're proposing to put the new fence on the other side of the chain link.
I felt that my wooden fence should be on my property.
So it's going to just end.
There in fact will be, I think what we're looking at is, there will be in effect a visual inset. The wooden fences at this point will not follow the same plane in the back area, but in fact would follow the same plane in the front area. In other words, it will jut a difference, and I think the intention on ATP side would be to simply have those overlap, or even put a very small, approximately 12-inch visual connection from one fence to the other on his side.
Okay?
Would that be on the front connector side or on the rear connector side? Or
If I would
both?
be allowed to point, may I use a visual that's already there?
Sure.
Do you want the laser pointer, Steve?
Pardon me?
Do you want the laser pointer?
Can you point for me if I ask you to? I mean, I know how to use a laser pointer, and if it's easier. But you will see in the photograph, the very first top left photograph, the fence that would be considered the variance fence. My property, perfect. That line right there is currently on ATP's property. I did not measure it, but it's inset from the fence probably 6 or 8 inches.
Yep.
And actually, when I spoke with John after I saw it going up, I would certainly have been open for it to even move closer to the fence, but they had some difficulty in drilling for the fence holes, so they wanted to keep some areas. So all I am really looking to do is in effect visually connect, and that again might allow still some offset, which I think would be noticeable to no one, but probably each of us. The patrons at ATP will not see it or notice it. We will notice it. I typically have no public visiting my property. We are industrial sales. And then that fence that I would put up literally at and on and part of the existing chain link would then follow that chain link down towards the front and in effect continue. And if I may say, on the photo directly below, you will see an existing tarp. The tarp itself has really become a visual impairment to the property. That tarp would come down and that fence would continue. In effect, the intention would be to blend that fence side to the front fence, although I do not anticipate painting the new fence. It would be a pressure-treated lumber. I do not anticipate painting it to match the beige front fence. Is that helpful, gentlemen and ladies?
Yes.
And likely to be offset at the front side there too a bit.
Likely to be offset, and I think we're talking probably fewer than 4 inches.
Pretty close then. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and thank you for the laser pointing. It was very helpful.
Yes?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was asking for more questions or more
You want me
testimony.
under oath, or are you?
No, I'm good.
Okay. If you look at the 2 lower photos, it'll give you maybe a little better perspective on, to add to what Steve's saying. The one on the left, past the tarp, is that's cleft pipe. That's going on out to that's the front of the building. From Steve's property, looking over to the pub, that's the existing fence, which is 8 foot, and there's actually a section of it that's 12 feet. That's been there, we think, for 20 years or so, when the front patio was approved and put in. And I think somebody said that was 98 or something. What Steve will do is come, where that tarp is, and come back. If you look to the right lower corner fence, that's the existing front fence. You can see Cleft Pike there. So that's a better shot of the existing one that's been there 17 years, 20 years. And that is an 8-foot. It's been visible from Cleft for all these years. And what we're doing in the back, you can see the upper right corner, that's the alley that he wants to hide. And just to the right of that, you can see where the building gets higher at that point, and then it gets a little lower to the right corner of the photo. The new fence actually comes back in and behind the back of his building, so you don't see the end of Stump's fence from the patio or any portion of his property on the north side of the fence. And these are all taken from the south side of the fence, from Steve's side. So where Steve will continue on, nobody would see it because the building's on a height where those two, once fence stops and the other one starts, you won't even see that. Nobody would see it except Steve would have to walk out and point that out to somebody. I don't, because I think they'll overlap to a point where you won't even notice the fact that one's on the north side of that chain link and one's on the south side of it. That's not even visible, especially to anybody and any of the contiguous properties to the east or to the north, and the west is Cleft Pike. So I don't know, does anybody objected or written anything in? We're not aware of it.
No, we got multiple phone calls just inquiring what the variance was, because it is a heavily traveled area. But
Right, it doesn't affect the noise, it's not going to affect the residential people. They're 300 feet away up a wooded hill. They probably can't even see that fence. But it's not a noise factor, and it's not anything where it would affect anybody but Steve Hendricks, which is on the south side of that chain link fence. So we asked, obviously it shouldn't have been put up. I'm well aware of that. I had nothing to do with that. But I think John Stump, when he came in and got the permit, went away with a feeling that it would probably be okay. I guess that's the best I can articulate that, is that he went on an assumption maybe he shouldn't have made, but he did. And I obviously I'm pleased about it, but that's where we are, that's what we have. But it does basically enhance his, and that's good for the benefit of residents of Anderson Township and the people that like to go there, and now this beautiful outside patio, which now hides that fence and gives you a feeling of some privacy back there while you're eating, and you don't have to go inside now this additional 20-25 seats outside. So it's definitely an enhancement. I don't see any detriment to it. The only detriment is you put it out before we got here.
Thank you. Any questions to the appellants from the board? Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
At this point, is there anybody else who is in favor of the appeal, of granting the variance? Is there anyone who is in opposition? Any other questions from the board? Yes. Mr. Ellen.
For Allison, Mr. Richards just pointed out that there's a non-conforming fence in the front. Is this going to clean that up too?
this would not. That fence would be unchanged.
Is there, if the board's inclined to grant this, is there some way we could incorporate that as well? Or should we not entertain that since it wasn't requested?
You could, but I believe the adjacent property owner enjoys that fence. I don't know if he can speak to its existence.
Does what, enjoys the fence?
I believe the adjacent property owner, so I don't know if we would kind of create any other problems by...
Gotcha. The motion just go there.
Mr. Elf, are you talking about just including it within?
Yes.
He's talking about including it within.
Well, right, yeah, because...
Rather than leave it hanging out
If
there.
it got knocked down someday, they'd have to come back for
They
that.
would, yeah. No, that's
That's what I was
realistic.
thinking.
Yeah, Steve.
I'm the adjacent property owner. Okay. May I comment on that?
Sure.
I love that fence. It
That's
has
not my
a,
point. I love the fence, too.
Yeah, no, in the sense that there is a patio there, it is a blocking area. The only issue I've had in the front of that, and Mr. Stump and I have come to a verbal agreement, is that the gate, which ends up being a point of people leaving some trash and throwing some bottles, we're going to make that an emergency exit only, so it will not be a normal operating path. And John has agreed to put up a sign to that point, and I will put up a small sign also, not an entrance. But other than that, I think it serves a tremendous purpose, and I think it enhances both of our properties.
Yeah, my point was, it actually sounds to be like it's an illegal fence, and my point was, do we want to try and clean that up tonight? I wasn't trying to make it go away.
I think,
I think I just didn't understand
But
the
maybe
part.
maybe we should just forget it.
I think that would be very wise, and I know from my side, I would totally support the board's action on that.
All righty.
And in fact, Mr. Hendricks, I think what you're saying is you would prefer not to even have that gate there. That if it was a solid fence, you'd be fine.
Actually, I would prefer not to have the gate there, but there appears to be a question of, a fire question, I think, on John's part, that there needs to be an exit from his patio area. I actually thought that the other gate would serve as that, but again, at this point, I'm perfectly satisfied with Mr. Stump's comment about trying to reduce the amount of...
Who owns that fence, sir? Is that you or Mr. Stump?
I would say, my feeling would be, I believe that would be a ATP erected fence. It was certainly there when I bought the property. As Mr. Richards pointed out, we did have a series of interesting engagements on property line, which we had worked out between the both of us.
But not out there, it was back with the
There
metal
has
fence.
been a permanent easement granted to Mr. Stump in the fact that I, in fact, owned land that the fence was erected on, but I have no knowledge of that being put up by the previous property owner.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else? Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Anything else from the board? Well, then, hearing no further comments, and if there's no objection, then we're going to close the public hearing portion of Case 8-2015 BZA. Thank you for everybody's patience. We're going on to case number 9-2015 BZA at 7850 Beachmont Avenue. Allison?
The applicant here is Gary Little. He and his wife Maureen make up the entirety of the 7850 Beachmont LLC, which is the property owner of 7850 Beachmont Avenue. This property is zoned E-retail. The request before you tonight is from 3 separate sections of the zoning resolution. However, each section is impacted by the single proposal before you. So the request is to allow parking to have no front yard setback, where parking is required to be set back 10 feet. That's that 10 feet streetscape buffer that we see in section 144A4. To allow parking along an entry drive to be within 30 feet of the right-of-way where it is prohibited per section 144B4, and to allow parking spaces with insufficient maneuverability as required in section 144C2. Location map of the subject property, you would more than likely recognize it as batteries plus bulbs. The surrounding zoning is to the North Sea residence, which is the IHM kind of parking area, as we'll see in the aerial photo. South, east, and west are all E-retail. The property is approximately 0.384 acres and has 78 feet of frontage along Beachmont Avenue and is relatively flat. Here we can see that parking field to the north and west, and then there's retail to the south as well as the east. So this is a site plan of the existing parking area. Typically we talk about the proposed development before we get into site history, but it may be more conducive and make more sense here to do history first. This retail property has had several tenants during its time. It was constructed in 1969. Gary Maureen Little acquired the property in 2005, and Batteries Plus Bulbs has been in that space. The changes that are occurring on this property have been planned out by ODOT through their access management program along Beachmont Avenue. ODOT intends to close this existing continuous curb here in the front, effectively cutting off these 4 existing parking spaces. So the subject property will then only be able to be accessed from the east at Hawkins Lane. These 4 parking spaces, their loss will bring the total parking count down to 8 spaces, and the applicant is proposing to include 2 additional spaces here to the south of this row of existing 8 spaces. So I've highlighted here on the existing as well as the proposed site plan the location of those 2 new proposed spaces. The parking calculation used for retail establishments would generally require 11 spaces on the site if this were new construction and we were just going through our regular commercial development review. This proposal would provide 10 spaces for the site. Here we've got some property photos. In this image you can see here the 4 existing spaces and that continuous curb cut that will be closed by ODOT through their access management program. This location, you can see just the last existing space as well as the area that the applicant is proposing 2 new spaces. To get into the specific variances here, the right-of-way will change as part of this closed continuous curb cut. So these parking spaces will not be able to have the 10-foot required setback for a streetscape buffer. However, the applicant is proposing a landscaped area here, sidewalk, and then a grass lawn area in front of the building with a walkway. These parking spaces will not be set back 30 feet from the right-of-way when coming in off of an access drive. In this case, this isn't a traditional access drive that we see in parking lots where it's just one driveway in. It is Hawkins Lane. And then at least this first parking space staff felt would have insufficient maneuverability. Typically, we like to see area on private property rather than in the right-of-way of a lane where a vehicle could possibly back out or pull in and then back into a parking space without either impacting this sidewalk and lawn area or into Hawkins Lane. So there may be some difficulty on maneuverability there, and those are the 3 variances that are being requested. Staff felt that there could be beneficial use of the property without the variance. The existing user does not appear to have a need for the remaining spaces, though that user could flex. The variance is substantial. The proposed parking spaces do not meet multiple requirements of the zoning resolution. Again, that's that 10-foot streetscape buffer, 30 feet of the right-of-way, and difficult maneuverability. The spirit and intent of the zoning requirement would not be observed and justice not done by granting the variance. The parking space proposed closest to Beachmont Avenue does not have sufficient room for a driver to back out of the space without either backing over that sidewalk or curb or into traffic on Hawkins Lane. This could potentially back up traffic onto Beachmont Avenue with that 30-foot setback. That's kind of the reason behind that one, is we try and keep areas where people would be backing out sufficient distance away from Beachmont to not stall traffic along there. And any questions?
Questions for staff?
Allison, as I read through the zoning resolution and the different restrictions there, I was unclear, and I'm asking for your help, if the considerations would be different if the parking striping was not perpendicular to the building, but rather angled in to where they would be easier to pull in and then pull right back out.
Potentially that maneuverability option, but it still would likely not be 30 feet from the right-of-way or the 10 feet streetscape buffer. There are different size requirements for drive aisles and things like that when you have angled parking. I don't believe that the site would accommodate that.
And yet the owner is losing effectively 4 slots.
4 spaces, yes.
Yes. That, to my knowledge, I'm a customer of that shop. Those parking areas are dangerous anyhow, and I think for the most part, folks that use the facilities are using the ones back along the side of the building. Okay, thank you.
Hey,
Backing onto Hawkins Lane, that's really funny that that's a public street through there, because it doesn't look like it, does it? But, so when they back out and the curb's in the way, so they can't have a turning movement except getting onto Hawkins Lane, granted, that's very close to Beachmont Avenue, would that same limited maneuverability occur on any of those spaces if there's another car beside it?
Quite possibly.
Yeah. And so it's got the parking it needs for retail now,
Yes. And then they'll lose those 4.
and it won't. So it'll become non-conforming.
Mhm.
So if the battery store goes away and they need to rent it out to somebody else, is that going to be a problem?
They may have some difficulty, and the applicant has also brought up that the existing user may try to adjust their lease terms or anything like that because the parking and the conditions are changing.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
It's just that one, let's see, if I'm understanding procedure here, is that we have 3 different...
3 separate variances.
3 separate variances, that the first one is the proximity of the parking spaces to the right-of-way. And if they included one, and not the one most
Correct.
closest or
Yes,
closer...
if there was one to the north, that 10-foot streetscape buffer would likely be met.
Okay. And then there is the...
And that may accommodate also a better turning radius for backing in and out of that space, because you would be farther from this curb.
Right. Would there be the necessity for a variance if they weren't coming out with 2 but just 1?
Yes, because it still would not meet that 30-foot setback requirement.
Oh, from Hawkins? Yeah.
Well, from Beachmont Avenue along Hawkins.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you.
Allison, a further question. On the right-of-way, is that line changing by government action?
I believe that will change through ODOT's work.
So that's part of what's causing the issue here, is that the right-of-way line is moving from where it is right now closer to that building. By about how much?
I'm not sure. We've got the existing plan, but I do not see anything beyond where the existing standard highway easement is.
That's an interesting
I think our
question.
applicant will.
So it says,
No.
is ODOT actually ODOT's not, they're not just cleaning something up, they're actually taking some of the private property?
Yes, and our applicants can speak further to that
Oh.
process.
Okay.
I'm sure it's been a long.
I didn't realize that.
Anything else, the staff? Would the appellant like to come forth? Appreciate your patience. And you have been sworn in?
I have been.
Name and address, please.
Name is Gary Little. Address is 8074 Woodglen Drive, Westchester, Ohio. And my wife and I are owners of the subject property. I'm here this evening because in the fall of 2011, we received a letter from ODOT indicating that they wanted to make some changes to the front of our property to do access modifications along a stretch of Beachmont about 4 miles long. For a long time, we didn't hear too much from the state, but just recently, they have come forward with some plans that they've given us to take a look at, and have made some suggestions as to the modifications in the front of our existing building. They want to extend the sidewalk that currently exists from IHM across the front of our property, and want to put a grassy area between the sidewalk and Beachmont, continuing the grassy area that now is in front of the IHM. We both understand why ODOT wants to make these modifications, and we actually support them. We think it's going to be a good thing for Beachmont Avenue. The current parking situation would with cars backing directly from the front of our property out onto Beachmont is not good for the area. So we're in agreement with that. But the issue is we're going to lose 4 out of our total of 12 parking spots. And we feel that's going to cause us a problem. If I can put that into perspective in terms of how many parking spots I believe we need to accommodate the current business there, typically the parking spots are used both by employees and by customers visiting the business. In terms of employee parking needs, on a daily basis, we need anywhere between 3 and 5 spaces, depending on how many employees are working that day. In terms of customer parking, if you're there during a full day, we generally would need anywhere between 2 and 5 spaces, depending if we're hitting a busy period there or a slow period. But the needs pretty much top out 10, 11 spaces would satisfy our needs during any part of the day. Right now, with 12 spaces, that need is fully met. If we go back to 8 spaces, which is all that we would be left with after the ODOT changes are made, I feel that would greatly restrict the needs of the commercial business going on there and have some direct effect on the value of the property and the ability to lease the property to the current lessee or a future lessee that may come in afterwards. I would not request a zoning variance if the state hadn't come in. I'm only here because the state's come in and is making changes to my property. If nothing changed, I'm fine the way things are. I can live with it. It's not perfect, but it accommodates the parking spots I need. But because of the changes that ODOT is precipitating, I feel I need at least a couple more additional parking spots to give us a full venue of parking spots to meet the business needs there. Additionally, I know the issue has come up about backing out of the new parking spots onto Hawkins Lane. I can understand the thinking, but there's another commercial structure directly to the east of our building, which currently has parking spots along the side of their building facing Hawkins that extend all the way down to Beachmont, even closer than we want to go. And I'm not aware of any issues in the past of people backing out of those spaces onto Hawkins and creating any kind of hazard or problem. So I'm asking for the variance to add 2 additional parking spots that would extend down towards Beachmont Avenue. There would still be a 10-foot setback from the right-of-way, which is the grassy area and the width of the sidewalk.
You just said there's a 10-foot setback.
Well, yes, the first parking spot under the new configuration would be physically 10 feet back from Beachmont Avenue, because there's a 6-foot grass area.
From Beachmont Avenue, but the right-of-way would be inside.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yes. I'm talking about the physical street itself.
Right. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Questions? Allison, was there a aerial photo? And this is the subject property, which includes that building in the back?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
So is there any, were you going to ask?
Well,
Go ahead.
your current parking goes back to the back face of the front building.
That's correct, yes.
Is there an opportunity to extend parking rearward?
There is not, because there's a loading area behind the building where semis come in to unload cargo to that front building. So to extend parking going back any further from there, from the existing spots going north, would conflict with that loading area.
Okay. You mentioned that the business to the east of you also uses perpendicular parking slots all along that building.
Yes.
And that's right?
That's
I'm not
correct, sir, yes.
misunderstanding that? I had not noticed that. And you say they will probably want to stay with that parking arrangement further out to Beachmont than what you're proposing.
Right, their parking spots actually extend all the way down to the street right now.
They may be changing that as well, though.
I don't know what the state has in mind for them.
In the state's proposition, were they asking for your agreement? Did you agree to the...
I have not
to the
agreed.
ODOT plan?
I'm still in discussions with the state.
Okay.
I have not agreed. Yes.
Mr. Little, how did you come to this point? Did you come in for a striping plan approval or something, or did ODOT say, here's a plan?
ODOT gave me a proposal to look at.
Yeah.
And in that proposal, which eliminated the 4 front spots, I realized that I was losing 1/3 of the current parking I have available. So I started looking how I could configure the area that I have left to see how I could at least accommodate part of what I'd be losing. And that's the proposal I made.
Who did that drawing for you?
Which one?
The one that you want us to approve, where you have the 2 new
I made that.
You did, okay.
Yeah, I used their template, and I did the freehand work.
Okay. Okay. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Any other questions?
One more. You don't have an engineering background or anything like that?
I do not, no.
Circulation? Okay, just checking. Thanks.
Anything else? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak in favor of the appeal? Anybody want to speak in opposition? Any other questions from the board?
I have one for staff.
Please.
Which is, when people want to restripe their parking lots, I presume they need to get zoning for that, so they continue to maintain all the dimensions and stuff? Okay. Thank you.
Anything else, gentlemen? Well, then, let's close the public hearing on case 9-2015. And we have one more to hear. This is case number 10-2015 BZA at 6637 Sherman Avenue. Staff, if, Allison, if you would give us the overview. Staff's report.
So John Sullivan is the property owner and the applicant before you this evening. It is 6637 Sherman Avenue, and it's zoned C residence. The variance request is to allow an existing accessory structure within the side yard where it is required to be within the rear yard, and located a distance of 3.2 feet from the side property line where 5 feet is required per section 171.7. And this is going to get a little funny because it is an existing structure, but as it exists currently is not non-conforming. So this is a location map. On this one, I have not highlighted the subject parcel because there are quite a few in this area that have just existed like this for some time. So this is the accessory structure in question. To the east is an existing home that Mr. Sullivan also owns and would like to sell. He would like to retain ownership of this existing accessory structure and transfer that ownership along with his current residence here to the west of that accessory structure. The tract size that his home is currently on is .262 acres, and the tract that is proposing to be subdivided is .123 acres, and that is the parcel that is proposed to be transferred. There's approximately 87 feet of frontage on Sherman, plus an additional frontage of 37.5 feet that is proposed to be transferred. The existing topography is relatively flat, and the existing use is a single-family residence here at this structure. Surrounding conditions to the north is zoned SF6, which is a City of Cincinnati residential zoning designation. To the south, east, and west of the subject property, as well as the accessory structure, are all C residents with single-family residences. So I think the most helpful would be this site plan identifying that existing home that Mr. Sullivan would like to sell, the existing accessory structure. This bold black outline is the proposed property to be transferred. The applicant is seeking to split that existing property and transfer that remaining parcel containing the accessory structure to the adjacent property to the west, which he also owns. He'd like to sell the home at 6643 Sherman after that. When the new parcel is created, this accessory structure will be within what is technically the side yard of this home, and the distance to the property line would be at a minimum 3.2 feet. The existing home at 6637 Sherman was constructed in 1947. A garage addition was added in 1992. The home at 6643 Sherman was constructed in approximately 1917, according to the auditor's office, and this detached accessory structure concerned in this variance was added in 2002. We have some property photos of the area. This is the home that the garage is currently attached to property-wise, and then on the right-hand side, the home that it would be then transferred to. This originally came in as a 7-11 transfer, which is when you split property that would otherwise be a non-buildable lot. It does not meet the regular dimensions required for that zoning district. So this portion does not meet the width requirements and such that would need to be a typical lot transfer or a typical buildable lot. Tract A that remains with that single-family home that is proposed to be split and then sold does meet all of the minimum zoning requirements for the C district. This property line in between that existing home and that existing accessory structure would not be able to move further to the east in order to accommodate a 5-foot setback of this accessory structure without then creating a non-conforming side yard setback for this existing home. So the applicant has tried to keep that within the required zoning requirements for this area while splitting off this accessory structure. Kind of a messy, atypical situation than what we normally see. Staff found that the variance is not substantial. The structure is existing. It's not proposed to shift between the two existing homes. The essential character of the neighborhood would not be altered, and adjoining properties would not suffer a substantial detriment as a result of the variance. The appearance of the area will not be altered, and the applicant will be able to retain ownership of the existing accessory structure while selling that remaining home pictured here. The remaining home to be sold will not have a driveway once separated from the accessory structure. A future occupant could add one to the east of that structure. There is a tree that we see here, and there are some zoning requirements about not having more than 50% of a front yard paved, but that is something that could be worked out with a future owner. The property owner's predicament cannot be feasibly obviated through some method other than a variance in order to maintain that required setback and lot size for the single-family home. This newly created property line will be approximately 3.2 feet from the accessory structure at the closest point. I believe that the existing accessory structure is shown as being 3.2 feet, while this home is shown as being, I think, 5.2. I can probably see it bigger on the paper version. So even a shift of approximately 0.2 feet would still not accommodate that needed 5-foot setback for the accessory structure. And finally, staff found that the spirit and intent behind the zoning requirement would be observed and justice done by granting the variance. The structure is existing, it will not be moved or altered, and the appearance of the area will not change. This was approved as a compliant accessory structure. When it went in, it was at least a minimum distance of 3 feet from a side property line, more than 3 feet from a rear, and it was in the rear yard area of this home. So it's really just the transfer that will create a non-conforming situation.
Okay, questions for staff?
Yes, on the middle garage parcel, it's got the dog leg on the south part. Is that to get some kind of minimum area requirement or something?
No, this property does not have to have a minimum area requirement because of that 7-11 transfer. It's when it does not meet. The applicant may be able to speak more about
that was going to be
access
my other
anything.
question. Even though the 7-11 is language will be in the deed, I guess you'll confirm that or something?
Yes.
You're not going to require that that be consolidated back with the
We don't
With
require
the,
it. We don't require it.
Okay.
When we stamp off on 7-Eleven transfers, there is language actually in the stamp and signature that we use to that effect when it gets recorded with the Hamilton County Auditor's Office.
Okay. So we don't know, it doesn't really matter why that dog leg's there, okay. Okay,
Anything else? Would the appellant like to come forth? Sir, I have to ask, you've been sworn in? I've been here. Thank you. We appreciate your patience.
sorry.
It's been a long evening for us all, and we thank you.
My name is John Sullivan. I live at 6637 Sherman, and I bought 6643 about 21 years ago. I rent the property out. It did not have a garage on it, and I built that garage about 13 years ago. I store an antique car and 2 motorcycles in there, and it's basically my toy box. It's not really used by the people that are renting the house. I retired about 1.5 years ago from Cincinnati Fire Department, and I'm just looking to sell some properties and simplify my life and retire. But I would like to retain that garage if I could with your variance acceptance. It's not going to change anything in the neighborhood, and I don't do body work or anything like that. It's just a storage facility, and I would like to keep that in place. I think that's about it.
Okay. Questions?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions. Well, the situation is strange and was confusing after I saw what was going on.
I'm going to have to stop you. I'm sorry. I'm hearing impaired, so you're going to have to
Okay,
speak
sorry.
up.
While it is an unusual situation, once I got on the property and looked around, I could figure out what was really happening. But the more I looked around, the more I saw strange things, and I wanted to ask you what is really going on. That dog leg in the back of the property, is that to retain access for some trailers and some other equipment that is behind the garage? So that, and related is, what's to the, who owns the property to the west of the 6643?
When I approached the zoning originally back in January on this, she said the stipulation was I had to have 6,000 square feet on that lot. So I just had it surveyed for 6,000 square feet, and that gave me that little bit more property in the back for no other reason.
So it was
Yeah,
space.
instead of giving that, I just wanted to sell that house with 6,000 square feet.
Because otherwise, there's no way to get that equipment back out of there.
There's
The trailers, unless you take them apart.
But it's not up there, but my residence, there's 10 feet between the garage that we're talking about and the other garage alongside the house where I can get, the only equipment back there is a boat trailer, if that's what you're
Talking about right here.
referring to, equipment.
No, I got mine flipped the other way, yeah. That's what, yeah.
I guess I was looking at the fence as
You,
being
okay,
restrictive, though.
yeah, there's
Yeah.
really no, there's some firewood back there, but the only, there's a wave runner trailer and a boat trailer back there
There
that
is
both
some
fit through the properties.
Okay, thank you. There is some striping for parking in front of the garage, though, too. I found that unusual. Is there something else going on?
Where's this at?
Right in here, in fact, you see the cars are parked at an angle, and it's striped parking there.
I put that parking for the tenant that was renting at the time. They've moved out, so I'm getting ready to put the house on the market. The building will be vacant on June 1st, and that parking will be part of what I want to keep on the garage.
So there was a tenant in the garage, or are you speaking of 6643?
I live at 6637. I'm not changing anything.
There was a tenant on the second floor. I was a neighbor. I'm the one that lives next to him.
Okay. So the departing tenant then is on the...
They're in the house.
On the house that is currently on the same property as the garage?
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
And that's the Brown and Hensley?
Yeah, that's why
that
I'm
they are
trying to
leaving?
divide that lot up before I sell it.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
It looks like to me just to be off-street parking for the benefit of the tenant, and he's still owning the garage.
Yeah, I understand that, but I had the same question, because it kind of almost looked like that was some kind of commercial building or something, but his explanation explained that, so.
The reason I put the parking on an angle is that way no, cars moving in and out, everybody can get out on without, would you mind moving your car?
Yeah.
That was the reason for that. It was basically the same size, that parking area, but I just put the spaces on an angle so that people could back in and out without interrupting each other.
Any other questions for the appellant?
Where will the people, when you sell the house to whomever, if you get the split and stuff, so you're going to sell the one house, where are they going to park then?
On that street, and all the streets connected there have street parking, and
Okay.
people park on the street. That's available.
Okay.
Anything else? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Would anybody like to speak in support of the appeal? Do we have any testimony? Anybody that is in opposition to the appeal? Anything else from the board? Okay, well then, hearing no other further comments, and if there's no objection, then let's close the public hearing on case 10-2015. And go back. Does anybody want a break?
I thought you'd never ask.
For about 30 days.
Let's take just a quick break, and we'll come on back as quickly as we can.
Okay.
Are we back in order now?
I appreciate that. Thank you for that.
Thank Allison. All right, so we are on to case 7-2015, which was to request to allow a screened porch to be located at the front yard setback of 32 where 35 is required.
We deliberating?
So who would like to start?
I was just going to say there was a lot of pushback as to the screen porch in and of itself, but as staff indicated, the screen porch in and of itself is not proper or improper. It's rather that 3 feet, it's that issue. The question of whether it's substantial is kind of what comes out to me, and it really is the whole house coming out. You know, it's not a little corner like we've seen in other cases, so it's hard to say, in my opinion. I'm kind of struggling with this one. It's hard for me to visualize because there was no real construction plans of how the finished product's going to look. So that's kind of what I'm struggling with. So I'd like to hear everyone else's thoughts.
Yeah, I'm kind of struggling with it too. I've stood on that porch. They probably don't remember me, but I stopped there, and during the last presidential election, I was going door to door, and so I stopped and talked to them for quite a while. So, yeah, the porch. I was surprised it was actually 8 feet deep, but it seems to me that they could get practically the same usage of it and stay in compliance. and without the variance. And I guess the screened-in is not an issue. They could do that either way.
Yeah, and just to go back, I don't think the essential character of the neighborhood's going to be changed from the 3 feet, I guess. I think it's more the screened-in porch that would change the essential character, but that's, once again,
They can
per
do
se
that-
proper,
They
if
can
you
do that
will.
either way.
So,
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, as I kind of agree with the comments already made that the focus here ought to be on the setback, not on the screened-in appearance. The folks are well within their rights to put a screened-in porch in the front. But in looking at the rest of the neighborhood, and I even went down to the next block further down on Strathcona, the lots are relatively shallow. That is, the building lines, for the most part, are right up against the setback, the allowable setback. And I think this would bring that house out further, and especially with the screened in, we'll have it appear further out into the street. And so it feels like the variance is substantial to me. And I agree with Mr. Johnson's comments that the appellant did not seem to have a strong case of what the extra 3 feet would do, other than a little bit more elbow room. But a little bit more elbow room, it was going to cause further hate and consternation with property value, with apparent property value changes. So I'm not in favor of granting this variance.
Okay. Anything else? I did cite down, when I was on Asbury Hills, I cited, if that's the right word, down the front of the house to see how it lined up with the fronts of the houses on down, and this one sticks out. Already. And my concern is coming out another 8 feet beyond what they're already doing is going to, I think, exacerbate, Fred, what you just talked about. So I'm in concert with you, as my desire would be to limit. They can certainly put on a porch, they can do something 13 feet, which is, I think, a rather, from an architectural point of view, an adequate room dimension. Anything else? Who'd like to make a motion? We got plenty of opportunity.
I'm still the new guy, so I'm waiting for a little while before I do that.
I can do it. I make a motion in BZA case number 7-2015, address 825 Strathcona Drive, to deny the requested variance to allow a screened-in porch to have a front yard setback of 32 feet where 35 is required for section 75.1-1, based on the following findings: that the variance is substantial, the essential character of the neighborhood would be substantially altered, and adjoining properties would suffer a substantial detriment as a result of the variance. That's good enough.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? Betty, please call the roll.
Fred Hayes.
Aye.
Brian Ellis.
Abstain?
Christopher Halston.
Aye.
Brian Johnson.
Aye.
Steve Haver.
Aye. Okay. Going on to case number 8-2015 BZA, 6694 and 6700 Clough Pike.
Yeah, it seemed like that there was good evidence presented to me that based on the unique uses there and the properties, how they aligned, that they showed some hardship would justify the higher fence in particular, because that chain link, which seems to be needed for security there, peaks up over the typical 6-foot. And there's the Anderson Township Pub as a restaurant and that rear deck butting right up to that commercial property, although well-kept. The fencing would seem to make a nice buffer, and the extra height really has no noticeable impact to anybody but the two property owners, so there's not any substantial impact there.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the fence will look better how they've described it than how it currently sits. So for that alone, I'd say it's not substantial.
I completely agree. The thing that I was giving more thought to, or still want to give more thought to, is how do we include the acceptability of the 8-foot high section of fence in the front of both properties. So I think that was a good consideration. I think we should include that if we can here.
There was also talk by Mr. Eliff of the fence out front.
That's what I was referring to.
Okay. So we're talking not only about the fence, the existing fence in the rear, which is non-conforming, of which there's a variance. There's the fence out front, and then there's the new fence in the middle.
And the new fence in the middle and the prematurely installed fence in the rear are the only thing that is covered by this request. How do we also include the short section of fence up in the front of the properties?
Let me pose that to staff maybe, because Allison, so, I mean, we don't have, we heard the testimony about the dimensions, we see pictures of where it is. Is there a way that you would feel comfortable we could phrase it to include that so that there's some kind of certainty and measurability if that fence is ever, I don't know, hit or something and needs to be repaired, that we could include that, or is that something
How
we
we
should
had
just?
phrased it, just in the staff report, was within the side and rear yard areas. You could certainly include language to include the front yard area as well. You could just state existing fencing. Our advertisement of the request would cover this as well, so it wouldn't be something that we would need to delay to a further meeting and re-advertise.
Incorporate existing fencing.
And this was a joint appeal, so both the property owners.
Yeah, so
we do have, you know,
motion
it's
or
properly
any
before us, I
resolution,
guess.
yeah, would need to include both addresses, both are represented.
Okay.
Anything else? Anybody want to put forth a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move in the case number 8, 2015 BZA, the properties located at 6694 and 6700 Clough Pike, that this board grant the requested variance of an 8-foot high privacy fence between the properties, including existing fences. The properties in question will yield a more reasonable return with the variance. The appearance of the properties will be improved, and outdoor dining patrons will have more privacy. The storage area or work area would be hidden from view and improve the appearance from the SDH property. The variance is not substantial. The areas where the 8-foot-high privacy fence is proposed currently have an almost 8-foot-high chain link fence with barbed wire. The existing non-conforming 8-foot-high wooden privacy fence within the front yard area of the pub would be brought into compliance with this variance. The essential character of the neighborhood would not be substantially altered, and adjoining properties would not suffer a substantial detriment as a result of this variance. The delivery of government services would not be impaired in any way, and the spirit and intent behind the zoning requirement would be observed and substantial justice done by granting this variance. I would add that under this condition that the completion of the fences be initiated within 1 year of this decision and completed within 2 years.
Cite the site plan.
And be done in essential compliance with the drawings submitted on 4/23/12. No, that's not the right date, sorry.
April 17th,
April 17th,
and they're both the same date.
15th.
Both drawings? Yeah. Okay, we have a motion. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
And I just had a question for Mr. Hayes. I think he got this, but in listening to your motion, you did include, I believe, that existing front fence is to be included in this approval as well? Okay. In the current, I guess, dimensions of where it is?
Yeah,
Or was it-
8 foot high is all we
8 foot
know.
high, okay.
And we don't know how long it is or how far it extends, but,
So maximum 8 foot?
Yeah.
high. Okay. Thank you.
Anything else? Betty, call the roll, please.
Fred Hayes.
Aye.
Brian Miller.
Aye.
Bill Houston.
Aye.
Brian Johnson.
Aye.
Steve Haver.
Aye. Thanks, gentlemen.
I'm good for a second.
We are here tonight to finalize and journalize those decisions as well as we get through all these cases. So you're more than welcome to stay or contact Allison tomorrow for paperwork. Appreciate your patience, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Here we are. Case number 9-2015 at 7850 Beachmont Avenue.
Mr. Chairman, I want to go first this time.
Fair enough.
Because I can't make up my mind on this case. This is the toughest case of the evening, despite the disagreements and the debates and the length of the other discussions. This is the toughest one, in my opinion, for us to decide, because it is a favorable government action that is causing the change in the conditions of the owner's property, and yet there is not an easy way that I can see that we can arrange the parking to be both high enough in quantity and reasonably safe without violating some of our zoning restrictions here. So I'm on the fence, and I'm anxious to hear my fellow board members' opinions.
Jeez. Okay. Well, this is a tough one, for sure. I mean, it's actually a no-brainer in a way, because we want this business to succeed, and if we could do something little, like approve a parking, then that's a no-brainer. And they've got a lot of hardship here, losing all their parking, curb cuts being closed, although generally, if we can improve Beachmont Avenue, and its traffic flow, that's a very good thing. But we have all these buildings, and the Battery Plus building's a great example where there's some reliance on the existing conditions to make it work. Backing out on Beachmont's a bad idea, but I know when I go there, I park on the side, but then sometimes I'll shoot out the front, you know. So I guess I'll miss that. My concern is that that's why I was asking the traffic engineering question. I think there's a safety question. In fact, when I went there, I pulled right in there. I wanted to see what it was going to be like. And there's no maneuverability, and I don't mean about the future curve. I mean when you're trying to look and back out, you're backing out right as somebody is pulling in there, and that's why I think we have that setback from right-of-way, so you're not backing in right to where people are turning. And my concern would be in approving it that we'd basically be okaying that turning movement, and we don't have any traffic engineering cover, if you will, to say that that's okay. It's obvious that the building needs some kind of, it's in a hardship situation, big time, with the parking. And I don't know what the solution is, but I'm afraid to give that solution. I don't know, I'm not, probably shouldn't even say this, but if you stripe it, and that's just asphalt, it's not striped as a parking spot, it's just asphalt, because it can't be approved as a parking spot. I don't think the township has a, parking person that's going to go around and...
We discussed with the applicant as well.
I'm sorry?
That's something we discussed with the applicant as well, leaving that area asphalt, striping it so that it's not a parking area, but should a future user have the need, they could come back through at that time and request it.
And I don't know where he's going to put his handicap spot either, because that's going away too, so...
I thought about that.
I guess that's where I'm thinking is just stripe what you can, and that's a asphalt area, and, can't tell your customers to where they couldn't park there or they could park there, I guess, but it's just a little, the zoning, there's good reasons I see for that zoning restriction, and it's basically so people don't back into each other or come in and back in, so, yeah, you're right, I agree with you, Mr. Hayes, that's a tough case.
I'm going to go last.
Okay. Yeah.
It's out, Mike going first.
We're obviously torn between relieving a situation forced upon the applicant versus not meeting multiple zoning requirements. The fact that the business to the east also has a similar parking situation that actually goes farther down, I mean, I guess, I don't know if that makes it better or worse, because you could have people parked all the way down on both sides. But yeah, I was also thinking that if you don't stripe it and they park there, you're not going to be able to keep them from parking. Customers are going to find a spot where they can, obviously, if they want to go to that business. Now you can go.
Okay. I agree with pretty much everything that's been said. I do question whether, this is one of the few instances I've seen where the property may not yield a reasonable return. It's not clear that it will or won't. Taking what 1/3 of the parking spaces away from a business, it could potentially lose a tenant. Who knows how attractive that property will be for another tenant with only 8 spaces. I don't know, but something to consider. But safety is certainly a concern as well, so I'm having a hard time with this one myself. But that is, I think that's the two concerns is how adversely is this going to affect the property owner versus how adversely is this going to affect safety for the township?
On one hand, we have control, on the other, we don't. So we have no control over what ODOT plans, but we do have some measure of control over where parking can and cannot occur.
And I don't think ODOT's going to compensate generously for what might be speculative impacts on the business. They're going to look at square footage of the property, what they're taking, fair market value, and make an offer. I don't think they're going to look further into, the secondary impacts of what's going on, from my experience with condemnations.
So if we included the one of the two spots that is farther away, that takes care of the first item.
Correct.
But we still don't satisfy the other two items. So whenever there's a change in parking, then it comes to zoning. Okay.
Well, separated that way, I am most concerned about the traffic coming in from Beachmont Avenue.
Right.
And the potential for wayward cars to come off of Beachmont Avenue into that area. That's part of why the setback is that way.
Right, right.
The 30-foot restriction off of Hawkins Lane, Hawkins Lane is certainly there from a technical standpoint, but from a functional standpoint, feels more like a shared business parking driveway than it does a public right-of-way to me. So I'm less concerned about 144B4 than I am about 144A4. I think that's the right way. Okay.
So if we denied one, the first one, A4, which then he would still be allowing to pick up at least one, but not two.
He's still down around 9 when the minimum would be 11.
Because of the relocation of it.
Yep.
And then you would be less concerned about 144B4.
Which is the 30-foot back up into the Hawkins Lane.
Right.
I agree with that. Pretty much everything said there.
What was the C2 again? That's the
C2 is the insufficient maneuverability.
maneuverability.
Yeah.
Does that become moot if the parking spot closest to Beachmont goes away?
Yeah, it's certainly, staff's concern with that one was that a car in this first spot really has the option to back out into Hawkins Lane and would potentially negatively interact with incoming traffic on Hawkins Lane there. If you take that slightly further one spot north, you do have a little bit more wiggle room. It's that 30-foot kind of area. You've got a little bit more room to work with as you're backing out so that an incoming car just has have the opportunity to stop and you don't have a collision there.
Is Hawkins Lane marked as a one-way north?
I'm not sure.
Where would it discharge?
Back into a parking areas that you
feeds
could go
into the
around?
IHM parking area, but I'm not sure if it's two-way or just one.
Well, I didn't see any signs out there.
Neither did I. And you had a honest confession that you turned around and came back out onto Beachmont.
Yes.
I've done the same. If that's the safety concern, that safety concern is already an issue. It's a real issue right now.
I'm backing into Hawkins.
Of backing into Hawkins and turning out and going back out onto Beachmont.
Right.
And potentially having unfavorable interactions with traffic coming off of Beachmont.
Mhm.
That already exists.
It sounds like the board's somewhat inclined to grant the variance in part, allowing the additional striping along the side, but not the spot that's the farthest to the south.
Yes, I agree. And the only reason that I paused in my agreement there is that enough to make the property of full value, a reasonable return.
Yeah.
I guess one way I could get comfortable with that question, though, is that those 4 parking spots directly in front of the building, the existing ones right now, are really not good functional
No.
parking locations. Parkers that use that are taking great risk in using those parking spaces. And they know it, I think.
I'll say that I've always parked in the front. I always have.
Take the risk.
Yeah, I did.
He likes to live dangerously. So.
What I'm hearing is one of the 2 spaces, so that we don't, we deny the 144A4, so that we move the parking the 10 feet away from the right-of-way, and then grant the variance for B4 and C2.
Is that the correct way to look at it, Allison? Technically? Okay. Yes, I'm in favor of at least doing that.
Any other discussion on that?
No.
No. Is there a motion?
I'll try it. I might need some help here. So in case 9-2015 BZA 7850 Beachmont Avenue, I move that we deny the variance requested to section 144A4. However, we grant the variance to 144B4, and to the extent necessary, we grant the variance to 144C2, because without it, the property in question likely will not yield a reasonable return, and there are questions to the extent there can be a beneficial use of the property without the variance. With the denial of 144A4, the variances that are being granted are not substantial, because there appears to be additional room from the entranceway off Beachmont Avenue that will give safety to the traveling public. The essential character of the neighborhood and property will not be substantially altered. Adjoining properties will not suffer substantial detriment. In fact, the traffic flow may be improved. The variance will not affect the delivery of government services. The property owner's predicament cannot be feasibly obviated through some other method as he is having to follow the requirements of the state of Ohio with regard to his access management. The spirit and intent behind the zoning requirement would be observed and substantial justice done by granting the variance, and the work shall be done in substantial compliance with the site plan dated, do we have a date on it? I have something here stamped received April 20th, 2015. And in particular, the site plan that has the cross-hatched markings on the front of the building. The farthest parking space to the south, that being closest to Beachmont Avenue, is specifically not approved. However, the parking spaces to the north of that are approved. And that the, so we're dealing with approvals from ODOT, so I'm not sure I want to give them.
Timeline.
Yeah, so the work shall be completed within 5 years of the date of this approval? How's that sound?
Maybe some time after ODOT does its work.
That's what I was thinking.
What do you think, within
1 year after
approval by ODOT?
completion by ODOT.
Okay, I'll accept that
Right.
condition.
Okay.
Okay, that's it.
Motion, we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Betty, if you call the roll, please.
Joe Hayes.
Aye.
Brian Ellis.
Aye.
Christopher Houston.
Aye.
Brian Johnson.
Aye.
And Steve Davis.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you for your patience tonight. Again, we're going to go through this last case, and then we're going to go back and
They sign everything.
make final decisions and journalize those cases. So you're free to stay, or you can contact. Thank you. Okay, finally going on to 10-2015 BZA to allow an accessory structure to be located within the side yard and a distance of 3.2 feet. This is the replatting of the property.
I guess the main thing I looked at when I went and viewed that property is if there was going to be any essential character issues to the neighborhood, and I really didn't see any, so I would be in favor of this. I think the owner has demonstrated, because he uniquely owns these properties, and it's a kind of a funny configuration, if this, where the property line is, nobody's going to notice, and he would suffer some hardship if he cannot separate those properties. So it makes sense to me. I would support it.
I agree. I mean, nothing's going to change except we're moving some, some would argue imaginary lines. If you're standing on the street today and then you're standing on the street tomorrow, assuming we were to grant this, you wouldn't be able to tell anything ever happened. So I agree. I would grant it as well.
Those were my thoughts exactly. Nothing's changing except where we're drawing a line. So the buildings aren't going to be moving anywhere.
Agreed.
Agreed. One last motion here until we get to the journalization.
Mr. Chairman, in the case number 10-2015 BZA, property at 6637 Sherman Avenue, I move that this board grant the variance requested to allow an accessory structure to be located within the side yard and a distance of 3.2 feet from the side property line where 5 feet is required to be within the rear yard and a minimum of 5 feet from the property lines per section 171.7. The variance is not substantial. All structures are already existing and is not proposed to shift between the two existing homes. The essential character of the neighborhood would not be altered, and the adjoining properties would not suffer a substantial detriment as a result of the variance. There would be no impact on the delivery of government services. The property owner's predicament cannot be feasibly obviated through some other method other than a variance. The spirit and intent behind the zoning requirement would be observed and substantial justice done by granting the variance.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Ben, call the roll.
Fred Hayes.
Aye.
Brian Ellis.
Aye.
Christopher Halston.
Aye.
Brian Johnson.
Aye.
Steve Hayward.
Aye. Thank you. Appreciate your,
Thanks, Jens.
Thank you.
appreciate your
Good night.
patience. Okay, we're going to do a little recess here, and then we'll...
Is the one that I gave you all a draft of in hopes that it would speed up the first half of the meeting.
Oh, this is the setback.
The matter was heard on April 2nd and May the 7th.
Do you want to add an A after allow a single-story addition?
Can we add under one whose disabled son?
And at the end of 3, I think it'd be helpful to add also that the subject building is at a, I'm going to say something like an offset angle. It's not just straight plane.
You know, I give you guys the screens and you're all looking at the paper.
Wait, just,
Well, can we read faster ahead, but I see your changes. That's good.
all right.
The variance is hereby granted in the paragraph following that substantial conformance with the image and plans dated,
I think it's just plans, I don't think we really had image.
yeah, and it is 4/6.
Yes, that was when the revised.
They came back in pretty quickly then, okay, good.
He showed up, I think, the following May.
Huh.
And I'd hire that
Architects
guy.
never work that fast.
I think he was just,
I wonder if he had it done
Need
already.
to take at least another month to figure out.
he already knew what he wanted to do. He was just seeing what he could get away with.
Yeah, he was setting us up. I'll ask for 8, but I really just want 6.
Good.
All right.
Looks like a winner.
Motion?
Mr. Chairman, on the case 5-2015 BZA, I move that that this board approve and journalize the approval of the variance as drafted.
Second?
Second.
Discussion? Betty?
Fred Hayes.
Aye.
Brian Ellis.
Aye.
Chris O'Connell.
Aye.
Brian Johnson.
Abstain.
Steve Hayes.
Aye. Okay, so we are going to number 8. We're skipping 6. We are skipping 7.
6 ought to be,
Because those are denials.
6 ought to be fairly simple.
Well, the denial.
7
Affirmed.
is a
Is this
plain.
what 6 is going to be affirmed? What theory?
Yeah,
Yeah, something like
well,
that.
the appeals denied, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
8, oh, yes, okay.
Is that 6737? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong case. I'm jumping ahead.
Yeah, this is the fence.
Sorry.
You have 2 ands in front of the 8-foot. Number 1, line 2, properties, it's misspelled.
Ready to scroll up?
They're really comfortable with that proposed fence mesh type style.
Yeah, that's the only place where the existing fences are, so it's, yes.
Do we need to put something about the front fence on this?
Well,
It's
she
in there.
Is
she
it?
had it up
Where's it?
front, up above, because she talked about granting the 8-foot high in the front, side, and rear yard.
Yeah, front there and then in.
I gotcha.
I mean, I was thinking that do we need to elaborate on the existing in the front yard, the existing in the rear yard, and the new in the side and rear yard? I thought,
Allow an 8-foot to be located within the front yard. I would say in the front, I'd put maybe a parent consistent with the existing conditions or something.
Where at?
Not, within top, very, where'd we go? I just
Would
lost.
you go with existing, within the front, open parentheses, existing?
Existing in the front and rear, and a new or proposed
Yeah.
side.
Yes. Or maybe as existing in the front and
Be
rear.
located within the front yard. Oh, okay, so the 8, to allow an existing 8-foot high privacy fence to be located within the front and rear yards, and a proposed 8-foot high privacy fence within the side. Was there also the rear yard, or just the side yard?
It's really just the side of SDH.
Okay.
The new one's just a
Mhm.
side.
Okay. I think that,
That good, it nails it.
yep.
Okay. Everybody good?
Yep.
So April 17th is the right plans, construction, that's the 1-year, 2-year bit?
Yep. Motion?
I make a motion that we approve and journalize as presented our decision granting the variance in BZA case number 8-2015.
Second?
Motion second. Discussion? Betty?
Vernon Hayes.
Aye.
Brian Allen.
Aye.
Christopher Halston.
Aye.
Brian Johnson.
Aye.
Steve Hayes.
Aye. And then,
I guess we jump to 10.
we're not going to do 9, correct?
There was one that was denied and 2 that were approved, and the one made a structure.
Okay. Okay, so we're on to 10. Oh, God, you guys are there already.
I'm ready to go up.
It should say grant a, like the fourth line, grant a variance. Fourth line, grant a variance to allow an existing structure to transfer ownership. That just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah,
Feasible, should be feasibly.
and the transfer ownership of the adjacent property where it will not meet the yard requirements. It makes sense to me.
Is it right, okay?
Yeah.
Sounds like the accessory structure is doing the transferring of ownership.
I think you need to take out the apostrophe on its appearance.
That's fine.
Yep, that one.
And to be transferred, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I agree with you, it is.
All right, Allison, up in the first paragraph, where the zoning appeals grant a variance to allow an existing accessory structure to be transferred to new ownership.
Yeah.
You could just say to allow ownership of an existing accessory structure to be transferred. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, that sounded pretty good. To allow, put ownership after allow there.
Ownership of
Of,
an existing.
to be transferred,
To an adjacent property.
yeah.
To an adjacent. There you go.
That's better.
I like that.
Although the property doesn't own the structure.
What's that?
It's late, man, it's late. Ownership on mid-safe.
I'll get the beer truck back.
Do you have that power?
Yeah, how come the music has stopped? That's pretty good.
I'm ready to scroll.
There aren't any conditions.
No, I had question marks there.
I don't think there's any conditions.
I
That
guess,
whole
I
paragraph
guess the
you
only
get there.
condition isn't a condition of this board, which is it be a 7-Eleven transfer. That's nothing we have to
And
say.
there's no other option for us since it doesn't meet the size of the required lot size. We can't do anything but put a 7-Eleven.
That's all we do.
I have no idea what a 7-Eleven is. I thought he was running a business with a small,
It's
convenience store.
Yeah, it's a convenience store.
At the end of appeals there, you've got a colon.
well, and that probably ought to be deleted.
Because
Oh, okay, without condition, okay. Yep, that's fine, as is.
Okay. Everybody good?
Motion.
Let's see, I'll make a motion in case number 10-2015 BZA 6637 Sherman Avenue, that the board approve and journalize as submitted.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Betty, if you would, please.
Fred Hayes.
Aye.
Brian Ellis.
Aye.
Christopher Houston.
Aye.
Brian Johnson.
Aye.
Steve Haver.
Aye. Thank you, gentlemen
we-
and ladies.
Are we adjourned?
We are adjourned.
Thank you, sir.
Somehow still
I'm not even gonna